A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door. We're going to begin tonight's festivities on a scientific note with something that will save you a good deal of money. Yes, it seems that quite a few people have taken to turning off their refrigerators during this program. Yes, they've discovered they can deep freeze all sorts of things by just listening to Inner Sanctum and letting their blood run cold.
Well, Mr. Host, that's quite an idea. Have you any other scientific suggestions?
Oh, certainly, Mary. For instance, here's a way to cut down on your laundry bills. Instead of having the laundry starch your clothes, just put them on top of your radio Tuesday nights. Inner Sanctum will scare them stiff.
Well, now it's my turn, Mr. Host, and I'd like to make a suggestion, too. It's about an easy way to get more enjoyment out of your teapot. Here's the whole trick. Just use Lipton tea. In every cup of piping hot Lipton's, there's extra tastiness waiting to delight you. And the reason is Lipton's grand, brisk flavor. Brisk, you know, is the tea expert's own word for the tangy, full-bodied flavor of Lipton's. And what a pleasure that flavor is. No wonder more folks buy and enjoy Lipton's than any other brand of tea in the world. They've found, as you will, that Lipton's always has brisk flavor. It's never flat. Always lively and spirited, with the hearty zest of tea at its best. So next time, serve Lipton tea. Its brisk flavor gives you more contentment in every cup.
Now, friends, lend an ear to tonight's story. An original radio play by Robert Newman called Blood of Cain, starring two of your radio favorites, Mercedes McCambridge and Carl Swenson. A tale of blood spilled in hatred and vengeance. A blood that carries a curse that is as old as man. You don't believe that's possible, huh? And suppose you put out all the lights, pull your chair up close, and listen. A small square, once fashionable, on the outskirts of New Orleans. The iron balconies where elegant ladies once sat are now rusty and sagging. The paint on the rambling houses is cracked and peeling, and grass grows between the cobblestones. The bayous and the jungle have crept close to it. And at night, the cries of strange birds, the croaking of giant frogs can be heard. What was formerly a living portion of the old world has become a place of decay and death.
More pigeons died this evening. I saw them towering up and up into the darkening sky, as if to escape the pain gnawing at their vitals, and then fall into the square and into the garden. I still didn't believe, couldn't let myself believe. And then I saw her, standing in the shrubbery, the bag from which she had been feeding them still in her hand. I knew then that I could wait no longer, that I had to find out.
Louise.
Eugene, the pigeons. There's something wrong with them. They're
Dying. Yes.
How? And why?
I'm no chemist, but I'd say it was poison.
Poison? But who would do that?
Louise. Now listen to me, dear. Please listen. I love you. I've loved you since I first came down here. first met you. You know that. And you know that I'll understand. Now, tell me, why have you been doing it? You're the only one who feeds them. The only one who could do it.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Louise, where are you?
Grandfather! Grandfather!
Oh, my dear child, what is it?
The pigeons. They're dying. It's the second day now. And Eugene said...
He said what? Have you looked at any of them, Dr. Philippe? Examined them?
Will you go into the house, my dear? I'll be along in just a minute.
But, Grandfather...
Please, dear.
Yes, Grandfather. Go ahead.
I'm very sorry you did this, Owen. You mentioned it to her.
Did you examine any of the pigeons?
I did. Poison. Probably from my laboratory.
But then you'll know...
I know a great deal, Mr. Owen. I'm her grandfather. And I think it would be very wise if you kept away from Louise. Did not see her again.
What? Well, that's ridiculous. I love her.
I'm sure you do. But perhaps I did not make myself clear. If you continue to see her, it might prove dangerous for you.
I didn't eat any supper that night. I went back to my room and sat there in the dark, staring at the shuttered, brooding house. About 11 o'clock, the door of the doctor's house opened quietly, and Louise came out. Without looking right or left, moving almost like a sleepwalker, she went up the street. I hesitated only a minute, and then I hurried down the stairs and after her. And just as I got downstairs, the door opened again, and...
Is that you, Owen?
What? Yes, Doctor. She just left the house. I was watching from the window.
Yes, I know. She's done it several times, and this time I was determined to follow her and see where she goes.
Look, she's hailing a cab. My car's right across the street. Quick. Louise went in there. What kind of a place is that?
Oh, dear, that smell. There's the smell of death. From the noise, I would say it was an abattoir.
A slaughterhouse? Good Lord. But why? Why would she come down here in the dead of night?
I like you, Owen. I think you know that. And it was for your own sake that I warned you to keep away from her. There are things that you do not... Well, that you cannot know about her.
No? Well, we'll see. I'm going in and get her and find out from her.
Just a moment. There she is. Just inside the gate, talking to the watchman.
No sense arguing about it, lady. I just can't let you in.
But you must. You've got to. You always did before.
That's just it. Now, once was all right, even twice. But, well, if you want to know the truth, the men have been complaining. Nobody exactly likes killing steers, but they say that the way you stand there watching them, well, it makes them nervous.
You've got to let me in. I'll make it worth your while.
Watching the killing?
I've just got orders from this.
That's awful. It's horrible. I'm going in and get her.
No, Owen. In the state she's in, well, having you come on her suddenly would have a very bad effect. But you wait here. I'll go.
No. Don't hit me. No.
Louise. What in? What happened to Watchman? This stone here on the temple.
Louise.
Why did you do this?
I don't know. I had to get in here. He wouldn't let me in.
Take her out to the car, Owen. Come on, let's go.
We can't go now. Leave him lying there like that. He's hurt. He may be dying.
No, it's not serious. He's just stunned. We can phone for an ambulance as soon as we get home. But we've got to get her away from here immediately. Sit down, Louise.
Yes, Grandfather. I'm sorry I ran away like that, Eugene. But I suddenly felt strange. Ill.
That's all right, Louise.
You've been feeling that way quite often lately, haven't you?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Just what makes this feeling so strange?
Well, it's hard to describe. It's as if I weren't myself anymore. It's the opposite of sleepwalking. It's as if I were awake, but not really conscious. And I hear voices.
voices telling me to do things and whispering a name. A name that sounds like Jonard.
Like what? You've been in my study reading my books.
No, but I haven't, Grandfather. You always forbade me to.
Then how did you know that name?
Well, whose name is it? And, well, what does it have to do with Louise?
It's the name of a family which is almost extinct. And it is a name which means death.
Well, what do you mean?
I was always very interested in the Jonard family for reasons of my own. And I've collected all the historical references to them that I could. Now, these references start with the 13th and 14th century, but by the 15th century, they had become the traditional executioners of France.
Executioners?
And in those days, you know what that meant. It was a Jonard who put the torch to Jeanne d'Arc. A Jonard received a handsome bequest from Louis XI for services rendered. A Jonard operated the guillotine during the French Revolution. Perhaps that's why the family migrated here after the fall of the Republic.
They came here?
Yes. 20-odd years ago, there were a whole series of particularly atrocious murders here. The murderer was finally caught and executed. His name was Max Jonard.
Why do you tell me all this? And why should I constantly seem to hear that name?
Well, even when you were little, my dear, you used to have those strange fits, spells when you would do unpleasant things. Afterward, you could never remember them. Now, do you remember poisoning the pigeons and going to the slaughterhouse?
What? Oh, no.
Well,
no.
I've never discussed the matter with you because I thought it might actually implant the idea in your mind. I'd hoped that if you were left alone, you'd outgrow it, but...
But what? You still haven't told me what all this about the Jonards has to do with me.
It has a great deal to do with you, my dear. You see, Max Jonard was your father.
A girl with a real tradition in her family. A murderer for a father and a long line of ancestors who were real killer-dillers. I was beginning to get a little worried about her. Fooling around, poisoning pigeons and things like that. But I can see now that there was method in her madness. After all, practice makes perfect.
Good gracious, Mr. Host. Louise may turn out to be a very dangerous person.
Yes, Mary. She's not the kind of a character you'd like to have ringing your doorbell.
Well, I should say not. Why, usually, as our Lipton listeners know, a doorbell is one of the nicest, most friendly sounds there is. Because so often it means friends are dropping in for a visit. Of course, your first thought is to make them welcome. So after you've taken their coats and made them comfortable, pour them a cup of flavorful, spirited Lipton tea. You know, it's wonderful how Lipton adds sparkle to the conversation. For there's extra enjoyment in its grand, brisk flavor. Each sip is brimming with such lively, full-bodied tanginess. Yes, serve your friends Liptons when they call. And when you say goodbye to them at the door, you can be sure they'll come back for another visit and another cup of Lipton tea.
That's a friendly suggestion, all right, Mary. And now, are we ready to get down to business again? The kind of business that Louise's family has specialized in for a good many years. Murder. Oh, I know that what she's been interested in so far is small fry, but I think from now on she'll really be cooking with gas. Just a moment later now. Sitting in Dr. Philippe's study, Louise and Eugene Owen stare at the elderly gentleman with shock and horror in their eyes.
You mean my father was a murderer?
Your father and his father before him, back as far as the family's history can be traced.
Well, I don't believe it. And even if it is true, it's ridiculous to think this need to kill can be passed on from generation to generation.
Well, of course, Owen, there is absolutely no scientific basis for it. Still, how else can you explain some of the things that Louise has been doing?
Oh, it's true. These spells that come over me when I don't know what I'm doing. That name which I never heard consciously until... Oh, no, it can't be true. It can't.
Oh, Louise, dear.
No, Eugene, don't. Don't come near me. Don't touch me. If there's even a chance that it's true.
Well, I didn't want to tell you. I I was never very close to your father because he was a rather strange son-in-law. But if you want to know more about him, there is someone you should talk to. Joel Ferguson, down on Gaylord Street. He was the very last person to see your father alive.
Mr. Ferguson?
Yes. Who is it?
My name is Louise Philippe. I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes.
Just a second. Come in. In here. What did you say your name was again?
Louise Philippe. At least that's what I always believed it was. Until yesterday. And then I discovered that my name was Louise Jonas.
Jonas? Not Max Jonas?
Yes. He was my father.
What do you want of me after all these years? It wasn't my fault. You know it wasn't my fault. I only did what I had to do.
I don't know what you mean. I was told that you were the last person to see him alive. And that perhaps you could tell me something about him.
Yes. There are things that I can tell you. That he was evil, but that he knew he was evil. There was a curse on him that made him do the things he did do. Voices that whispered in his ear, told him to kill, made him kill.
Voices?
And in the end, at the last minute, he thanked me.
He thanked you for what?
For stopping him from doing any more killing in the only way he could be stopped. And when I put the rope around his neck...
The rope?
I was the state executioner. It was I who hanged him.
You killed my father.
I only carried out the sentence that was passed on him. And why are you looking at me that way?
I didn't know. I only came here to see you because...
You're lying. If you were his daughter, then you were like him. And you came down here to kill me.
Kill you?
That knife there in your bag.
Huh? I didn't even know it was there.
You're lying. Keep away from me. Keep away.
I didn't come down here to kill you.
Then stop staring at me like that. Put that knife away. No, don't come near me. Don't.
Good evening, Mr. Owen.
Where's Miss Louise Benson? I must see her right away.
I'm sorry, sir, but she's not in. She went out about a half hour ago.
Oh. Well, where did she go?
I'm afraid I don't know, sir. She didn't say.
Well, what about Dr. Philippe?
He's not in either, sir. He left right after Miss Louise as soon as he'd heard that she'd gone out.
Oh?
It seemed to me, sir, he looked rather worried. He said something about Mr. Ferguson.
Ferguson? Great Scott. If she went down... Thank you.
Who's that?
I'm looking for Miss Louise Philippe. I was told that she... Is that you, Dr. Philippe?
Yes, Eugene.
Is she here?
Yes, she's here. But you're too late, just as I was too late.
What do you mean?
Inside there. See for yourself.
Oh, don't tell me that anything's happened. Good Lord.
Louise. She won't answer you. That's the way I found her when I got here. Sitting there with a knife in her hand and Ferguson lying across the table, dead.
Eugene.
Louise.
Eugene.
Oh, Louise, darling. Oh, why did you do it?
Do what? Ferguson. Dead?
Yes, dear. Didn't you do it?
I don't know. I didn't even know who he was when I came down here. And I found out that it was he who executed my father. And I started to hear those voices. Voices telling me to kill, that I had to kill. Then there was a knife in my hand. Oh, I can't remember.
Voices. what Max said at the trial. That was the only defense he offered, but that he heard voices telling him to kill. Didn't save him. But in your case, a woman...
What are you saying?
Well, there's no sense even trying to escape. That would only make things worse, you know that?
Yes, Grandfather. Except that there is only one way that things could be made worse. That is if I were allowed to live.
But Louise, don't say that. You must...
Oh, it's true, Eugene. For centuries to be a Jonard meant to bear the mark of Cain. Well, I'm the last of the Jonards, and there must never be another.
Well, I had not gone quite that far, my dear, but perhaps you're right.
I am right. Goodbye, Grandfather. Eugene.
Louise, come back. Wait.
No, let her go, Eugene. She's my own flesh and blood. But I think that may be the best way after all.
Yes? Well, we'll see. Louise! Wait, please!
It's no use, Eugene. It's all very clear.
Clear as witch's brew.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Maybe it's because of our love that I understand. Maybe that was what was wrong with the Jonards. They never knew love, only hatred. But there is a cure. It lies there, in the river.
Louise.
No, please, dear. There's a curse on me. On all the Jonards that ever were.
You're right. There is a curse. But not the kind you think, dear. Listen, I was at the library all afternoon reading. And I think I understand now, for the first time.
You understand what?
The nature of the curse and how it can be ended. Because it can be ended in only one way.
Oh, Eugene? Is that you? Eugene?
No, Grandfather. It's not Eugene.
Louise, well, I thought you... Why did you come back here to Ferguson's place?
I don't know, Grandfather. The voices, the call in my blood, it's too strong. I tried. I wanted to end it finally and completely, either in the river or with the police. But I couldn't.
You mean you're not going to give yourself up?
No, Grandfather. I'm not going to give myself up. But that's not all I mean.
Louise, you still got that knife?
Yes, Grandfather. Walking up the street, realizing that I was still holding it, that it was red with blood. I think it was then that I knew for the first time what it meant to be a Jonard.
Oh, look, Louise, you're completely distraught. That's only natural. But now, look, you put that knife down and let me take you home. I'll give you something that'll help you sleep and then...
No, Grandfather, you won't give me anything. Ever again.
Well, Louise, you're not going to kill me.
Yes, Grandfather, that's just what I'm going to do.
No, please don't.
No, don't try to get away. I'm younger and quicker than you. Just one quick...
No, listen to me. Listen carefully. You can't kill me. There's nothing driving you to do it. You see, you're not a Jonard.
What are you saying?
It's true. I am a Jonard. Max Jonard was my son. But you're not evenly, distantly related to us.
You're lying. You're lying. You're just saying that.
No. I swear it's true. I changed my name when I studied medicine to avoid the stigma. But Max kept it. Your father was Louis Martin, the judge.
You're lying. How is that possible?
Because I adopted you after your father's death, for a reason. It was your father who condemned Max to death. But he didn't know Max was my son, and I didn't tell him until later. Your mother died when you were born, and I was your father's physician. And when he was desperately ill, I offered to adopt you and take care of you. And then when the papers were signed, I told him who I was, what I was going to do, that I was going to destroy you to avenge my son. And that's what killed him.
But all those horrible things I've been doing, poisoning the pigeons, killing Ferguson...
You haven't been doing them. It was I who did them, using drugs and suggestion to make you believe that it was you, so that you would either destroy yourself or...
Oh, thank heaven, Eugene! Eugene, did you hear?
Yes, dearest, I heard. And I told you, didn't I?
Eugene! So it was a trick. A trick to trap me.
Yes, Doctor, it was. I was at the library and at City Hall all day looking up the records. Here, drop that knife.
No, Owen. This won't be as poetic a death as the one I'd planned for her, but...
The lights! Louise, put the lights out!
Oh, that won't help you. Either of you. You won't get away. I'll find you in the light or in the darkness. And there you are. Die, then. Now you die. Die.
It's not I.
It's not you. What did... Then who... Let go of me. Let go of me. Lights. Louise, quickly.
Eugene, what happened? Who did he... Ferguson.
Yes. He stumbled into him in the darkness, thought it was one of us. Then he must have tripped.
The knife. He must have fallen on the knife.
Well, somehow it seems only right that the last of the Journals, who killed so many, should be destroyed by the dead.
Too bad, Doc. You were a character we certainly could use on this program. But now at least you've got the perfect answer for the rest of your family when you meet them in wherever it is that dead murderers congregate. When they ask you who you were with last night, you can always say, "That was no lady, that was my knife."
Well, I'm glad you could put a new point on that old joke, Mr. Host.
Oh, I like to sharpen up an old saw now and then, Mary.
Well, let me see what I can do along those lines. How about the best things in life are tea?
Mary. I'm afraid your enthusiasm for Lipton's has got the best of you.
Well, maybe you're right, Mr. Host. But it's so easy to be enthusiastic about Lipton's. Once you taste that marvelous brisk flavor, you can't help being a real Lipton fan. And that lively, zestful taste is something you folks should start to enjoy right now. Next time you visit the grocer's, get a package of Lipton tea. Try it. I know you'll enjoy it.
May I add a word of advice, friend? If you should happen to bump into an elderly gentleman dressed all in black on a dark street some night, don't get into an argument with him. Especially if he happens to be carrying a blood-stained knife. After all, you can end up just as stiff if you're dead right as if you're dead wrong. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Pavilion by Hilda Lawrence. And next week's Inner Sanctum story, brought to you by the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup, and directed by Hyman Brown. Next week's story is called Skeleton Bay. It's about a lady novelist who writes murder mysteries until she decides she'd rather be a character instead of an author. She chooses Skeleton Bay as a vacation spot, but it turns out to be her last resort. Now join us next Tuesday on Skeleton Bay. Until then, friends, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Ready in a jiffy and as tasty as can be. That's Lipton's Noodle Soup. It's a grand chickeny tasting broth full of tender golden noodles. You'll love its fresh cooked, homemade flavor. And Lipton's Noodle Soup is ready to serve in a few quick minutes. It's economical, too. It costs less and makes lots more than canned soups. Ask your grocer for Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix tomorrow. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
All names and characters used on Inner Sanctum are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Everything for the Boys, starring Ronald Colman, is brought to you by transcription.
From Hollywood, California, and a base in North Africa, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, starring Mr. Ronald Colman. The play, Lost Horizon. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Colman.
Thank you and good evening. The combination of James Hilton's fantasy Lost Horizon and a pin-up girl may seem strange to you. And yet the request of our soldiers in Algiers for Janet Blair and Shangri-La is really a very logical one. Janet, you seem disturbed.
Well, yes, I am, Ronnie. I can understand they're wanting to hear you in Lost Horizon, but tell me, where do I come in before the microphone?
Well, Janet, even as your pin-up pictures are a very real link with home, so the Shangri-La of our play tonight is a symbol of the ideals for which free people are struggling. Whether one knows the story of Lost Horizon or not, the word Shangri-La has come to mean a place of lasting peace and contentment and love. And that surely is what our men are fighting for. Now, Janet, you and I are going to talk to two of these members of our armed forces later by special overseas radio between Hollywood and North Africa.
I can hardly wait, Ronnie.
But first, at their express command, we bring to them and to all of you tonight's play. Men and women of the United States Army stationed in Algiers, we are at your command.
Picture yourself 15 years ago driving over a country road in a rainstorm, wheels sinking into the mud almost up to the axles. Multiply that memory 1,000 times, and you'll have a slight conception of what our men and machines are facing on South Pacific Islands today. Solid sheets of rain turn jungles and hills into 1,000 square miles of mud and slime. Still, our tanks and jeeps and trucks must keep moving forward. Autolite engineers are exerting every ounce of energy to help make the job easier for our boys. Autolite batteries, spark plugs, and electrical systems are the electrical lifeline in thousands of these vehicles of victory, helping them cut through swamp-studded jungles, crawl up jagged mountainsides, roll onward in spite of the elements, in spite of the enemy. This is Autolite keeping its pledge, everything for the boys. And on the home front, this same Autolite electrical lifeline is doing double duty in cars and trucks. We say double duty because we're asking it to last twice as long. So take care of it. And when any of these vital parts needs replacing, be sure they're original Autolite parts. Any one of the thousands of Autolite service stations, your local car dealer and serviceman will be glad to do everything they can to help you care for your car, for your country. The play, Mr. Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon, as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler.
The scene is a hospital somewhere far in the Chinese interior, where the borders of China and Tibet meet in the great windswept plain of Amishar. A priest and a nun listen as a man tells them a story.
You have been very kind, and I am grateful. What I tell you is all I can give you for what you have done for me. What I tell you is strange. It is the truth. I was in the consular service in India. On this day that I tell you about, I was in a plane going from Baskul to Peshawar. There were 4 of us on board. Mr. Henry Barnard, an American.
This flight is 10 minutes late already. Now, back home in America, we make schedules, and by gosh, we stick to it.
Miss Roberta Brinklow of the Eastern Mission.
Our mission had a most prosperous year last year. 50 new converts. But I know that, God willing, we will do better than that in the coming months.
And my assistant, Captain Charles Mallinson.
I say, Conway. Conway.
Yes, Mallinson?
I thought Fenner was piloting us.
Well, isn't he?
No, the chap just turned his head. He's Chinese or something. Let's find out who he is and where he thinks he's going.
We didn't find out. As we came close to him, he turned and pointed a gun at us and told us to sit down.
It's outrageous, completely outrageous.
Kidnapping us. That's what the hoodlum's doing.
But where's he taking us? Where? Where?
Where? Yes, where? The plane higher and higher,
And beneath us, as far as the eye could see, a world filled with endless ranges of tremendous mountains. Where was he taking us? No answer.
So terribly cold.
Here's my coat.
No, thank you, Mr. Conway.
How long is this going on? Where is he taking us? Don't any of you care?
Well, there doesn't seem to be much we can do about it. Eh, Mr. Conway? No, I'm curious to know the meaning of it. Why should he be flying us here, of all places in the world? Look down there. The most desolate range of mountains this side of the moon. Why should
Down. We're going down.
The motor's cut out.
Hold it. Steady, steady. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And so we came to the Valley of the Blue Moon. We crawled out of the wreckage into the snow and saw before us in the thin blue air the wonder of the Lama City of Shangri-La. What can I tell you of that first sight of Shangri-La? A tremendous icy lift of mountains, and clinging to its side with a delicate color of flower petals, a group of pavilions beautiful as in a childhood fairy tale. Icy desolation all around. All but the green oasis of the Valley of the Moon and the lamasery of Shangri-La.
You will come this way, please. You will come this way.
A little Chinese there to lead us. And soon we were in the buildings of Shangri-La, and there was cleanness and warmth and beauty all about us.
This place is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Mr. Conway, how do you explain all that? Oh, perhaps Mr. Chang here could tell us.
It will give me greatest pleasure to tell you what I am able to tell you.
How many people are here?
Here, there are about 50. In the valley below, a few thousand.
Well, this is apparently some sort of religious order. In what do you believe?
If I were to put it in a very few words, my dear sir, I should say that our greatest belief is in moderation.
Well, all I'm interested in is how soon can we get out of here? Well?
The mountain? No, the great chasm. It is most difficult. No, impossible. Without sky.
Well, that's no answer. We've got to get back to civilization.
Mr. Chang, Mr. Mallinson is young, impatient. However, I do hope you can arrange our return journey as quickly as possible.
Return journey? You are wiser than your friend, Mr. Conway.
His eyes were on mine, and suddenly I understood. This was not a chance meeting. He had wanted us there. But why? Why had we been brought to this wonder of the Valley of the Blue Moon? The days began to pass quickly, and one day, she was there. As delicate and as wonderful as the garden in which I found her. It was night, and the smell of the night flowers was like a new wine, when suddenly there was music. The player was a woman. In the moonlight, I saw her. White face, high cheekbones, black hair drawn tightly back and braided, mouth like a flower. Through the music, I spoke to her.
I am Lucien.
You live here?
Yes.
You play beautifully.
You are kind.
My name is Conway.
Yes, I know. You are one of those he brought to us through the sky.
He?
He obeyed the high ones of Shangri-La.
Oh, you mean the pilot?
He brought you through the air over great mountains with a bird to hold him. He died to bring you here.
And in a few moments, she went away. This Shangri-La was a place of wonders, and somehow I began to believe there were even greater wonders ahead.
My dear Mr. Conway, I congratulate you. He wishes to see you immediately.
He? Who do you mean?
You will come with me, please, sir, at once. He has sent for you. The High Lama has sent for you.
He took me up endless stairs and along dark, perfumed corridors. And suddenly I was in a room, warm and filled with a strangeness I couldn't understand. And then in the darkness of that room, there was a soft light, and a voice spoke.
It is a great pleasure to see you here, Mr. Conway.
It's an honor to be received by you, sir.
I trust you have been comfortable at Shangri-La since your arrival.
Extremely so.
Please sit by me, Mr. Conway.
I sat by him. He was a very old man in Chinese dress, and his face was as calm as his voice.
Many years ago, a priest came to this place. His name was Perrault. The year was 1734, and he was 53 years of age. He was a scholar, and he loved this place and the inhabitants of this valley. He began to build this lamasery. His disciples came here to be with him, and soon they forgot the world, and the world forgot them. But the years passed by, and Perrault was very old, and he lay down to die in the peace of old age. He was 108. But suddenly, on the threshold of death, Perrault had a great vision, and he awoke, and an understanding of the way of life came to him, and he did not die. The years went by, and he did not die. The others came to the valley, and Perrault told them his secret, and they did not die. And Shangri-La grew, and it became a place of peace and contemplation and study. Here men left behind the meaninglessness of the world, the tyranny of things, and once they came here, they never returned. For if they went back to the outside world, they became as old as they really were, and died. Do you understand?
I will never return?
What else do you understand, Conway? What else?
That you came here in 1734, and yet you are still alive. Father Perrault. A man already old in 1734 and still alive.
For in that vision that appeared to old Perrault, when he lay dying in his room in the year 1789, he saw that the day would come when intolerance and lust and brutality might someday crush all of the loveliest things until there were no more left in the world. The small, the delicate, the beautiful, the defenseless, all would be lost. That, my son, is why I am here, and why you are here.
You think that Shangri-La will escape?
Perhaps. Here we shall stay with our books and our music and our meditations. We have a heritage to cherish and to bequeath to the world. For when the evil has devoured itself, the Christian ethic may at last be fulfilled, and the meek shall inherit the earth.
He spoke those words, and suddenly I did what I had never done to any man before. I knelt before him. And there was a peace within me that I had never known. And the next morning...
You know, it's a funny thing how this place grows on you. Me, I've begun to feel this way about it. Even if those guides get here, I'm going to pass them by. I kind of go for this place.
As a matter of fact, I think I shall stay here, too. You see, I've been thinking over the way things happen to bring us all here. There's a mysterious power working. I was sent here for a purpose. I don't quite know why, but I shall stay here.
The wonder of Shangri-La was in them, too. Only in my young friend Mallinson was there anger.
It's a madhouse, and there's only one sane person in it. Lord Sen, that Chinese girl who plays the piano. Everyone's mad around here, but she...
And she?
She's young and wonderful.
Lord Sen, wonderful, yes, but young?
You wish to talk to me?
Yes, I do.
Talk of what?
Of you. Who are you? Where did you come from?
I was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan. I was traveling to Kashgar to meet him when my carriers became lost in these mountains. All of them died, but I was rescued and brought here.
When did this happen?
The year was 1884. I was 18.
Then she lifted her face toward mine, and it was young, everlastingly young. And then I knew that Shangri-La was a place of wonder. From the blue iciness of the mountain to the green depths of the valley, to the sound of the music across the lotus pool, it was in my heart. Perfect, incomparable. A year, a decade, the end of time, it didn't matter. Here I was, and here I wanted to stay. But the next night there was a storm in Shangri-La.
Quick, Conway, he's waiting for you. Go in.
Yes.
Closer, my good friend, close. Here, sit by me. Is there something you wish to tell me?
Well, sir, it's Mallinson. Somehow he's begun to understand that whoever comes here can never leave. He's almost out of his mind.
I know. He's going to be your problem.
My problem?
Yes, my son, for I am going to die. Yes. Over 2 centuries of living, it is enough for one mortal. I'm quite content. One thing remains. Can you imagine what that is? I place in your hands, my son, the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
And then he stopped speaking, but the words still echoed in my head. His eyes were on me, and his lips didn't move, but his thoughts came to me as if he was speaking. I have waited for you a long time, my son. You will live through the storm that is coming to the world. The airmen bearing loads of death to the great cities will not pass our way. And when they are gone, a new world will stir in the ruins, looking in hopefulness for its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, waiting behind the mountains in the valley of the blue moon. And then I looked at his face, and there was nothing left but a mask crumbling like old wood. And his eyes were closed. And suddenly I knew that the High Lama was dead. I left the room, and through the window I could see that the sky was clear, though the mountains still blazed in lightning. And I was master of Shangri-La. But suddenly, Lotsen was there.
The guides, they have come. They will lead us out of the Valley of the Moon.
Us?
Yes, you and Mallinson and I. Hurry, Conway.
But that's impossible.
No, do not stand there talking.
But if you leave this valley, you'll fade away like an echo.
No, it is not true. It is not.
But the Lama said...
How do I know that what the Lama says is true? I am young, and Mallinson is young.
Mallinson?
Yes, Mallinson. I want him, and I will go with him.
Lotsen, listen to me. No. I know the truth. If you leave here, you will die.
No, I will go with him. I will. And you must help me.
No, I can't.
You love me, too. I know it. It is in your face, in your voice when you speak to me. Without your help, we cannot get over the mountain pass. If you care for me, Conway, help me. Help me now.
I'll help you, Lotsen. I'll help you. What more can I tell you? At dawn, we three left Shangri-La, climbed high into the snow, and when I looked back, the Valley of the Blue Moon was like a cloud floating after me through the haze. Before us were the ice and snow, and 1,100 miles beyond was the China border. We climbed up and up toward the crevice in the mountain that was the only way outside, and Mallinson was on one side of Lotsen, and I was on the other. And at first her face was quick with smiles. And then a storm came up, the quick, terrible storm of snow and sleet of the Himalayas. We walked and we fell and we crawled, but always ahead was more snow, and behind was more snow, and the cold crept closer and closer to us. And one day Mallinson fell, and he didn't rise. And Lotsen and I were left alone. And high above the wind, I heard her cry as she knelt over his body. And when she lifted her face...
Dead. He is dead. And I... What is happening to me?
My face. Oh. I am getting old. Conway. Help me. Take me back to Shangri-La. Oh.
It was true. Her face, old, wrinkled and leathery and horrible. The oldest face I'd ever seen. And I, too, cried out. And I fell in the snow. And I knew nothing more until I woke up here among you. And you told me that I was brought here by an old Chinese woman. The oldest woman you had ever seen. Who brought me here and then lay down and died. You have made me well again, and I am very grateful. In your eyes, I see a question. Where am I going? I'm going to find my way back to Shangri-La. It is my heritage to keep alive the treasures of heart and mind, and they are all hidden behind the mountains of the blue moon. Soon, the world will need what is there. Soon, the meek shall inherit the earth.
Just heard Mr. Ronald Coleman in James Hilton's Lost Horizon as dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The role of the High Lama was played by Norman Field and that of Lotsen by Mercedes McCambridge. The special musical score was arranged and conducted by Mr. Gordon Jenkins. While our Autolite transatlantic hookup is being set up for Mr. Coleman and his guest, Miss Janet Blair, to speak with the two American soldiers in Algiers who requested tonight's play, Mr. Coleman has a word for you who fight on the home front.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a place in Toledo, Ohio, with a huge bronze plaque just inside the door. On it appear 3,485 names, some of them in gold. Miss Janet Blair is going to tell you what they are.
They are the names of 3,485 Autolite men and women who have joined the armed forces. And as you go through each of the Autolite's great manufacturing plants, you will find other signs, banners, flying high above the huge furnaces and giant presses. Each of these banners bears a message. We're buying war bonds, 100%. Yes, at Autolite, it is truly everything for the boys. Just ask that pretty dark-haired girl who runs the giant hydraulic press, as casually as if she was sitting at home at her sewing machine. She'll tell you about Frank. He's somewhere in New Guinea now, and she hasn't had a letter from him for more than a month. But she knows she'll hear from him soon. No one has to beg her to buy war bonds. She knows who she's buying them for, even as her fellow workers know. One of them buys for a boy named Henry on the road to Rome. For another, it's Joe on a destroyer patrolling the North Atlantic. For another, it's Tom ferrying P-38s to a fighting front.
For others, it isn't a name but an idea, love of country and love of humanity. For whatever the reason, all of them are joining with you and me in the proud privilege of saying, we are backing the attack. We are buying war bonds.
The circuit between Hollywood and North Africa is open, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, engineer. Janet, here, take this headphone.
Yes, Ronnie.
Sergeant Gannon and Private Maloney are waiting to talk to us over in Algiers. So speak up, Janet. From Hollywood to North Africa, the party line is yours.
Hello, Sergeant Gannon. Hello, Private Maloney. Are you really there?
Hello, Miss Blair. Hello, Janet. You can call me Dave.
Did you hear that, Ronnie? He wants me to call him Dave.
Well, you can't beat an infantryman.
Sure. Why, Janet Blair and I have known each other a long time.
Now, wait a minute, Sergeant. They told me you're from Alva, Oklahoma, and I've never been in Oklahoma in my life.
Yeah, but you're the first face I see in the morning.
What?
There you are, hanging on the wall.
Janet, he means you're a North African pinup.
That's right, Mr. Coleman. I've looked at Miss Blair from every angle, and I like all of them.
How about Private Maloney? Can we talk to Private Maloney for a few moments?
You certainly can. I've been waiting for a long time to talk to you, Mr. Coleman.
Ronnie, you didn't tell me. Private Maloney is a woman.
I'm more than a woman. I'm a whack.
Well, the fact is, Private Maloney is more than a whack. She's a hero. She was awarded the Soldier's Medal for saving a soldier from being burnt to death after a gasoline explosion. Isn't that right, Private Maloney?
She can't talk, Mr. Coleman. You ought to see her. She's blushing all the way down here in Algiers.
Well, while she's recovering, Sergeant, how would you like to have some news from your folks at Alva?
I would sure like that, Mr. Coleman.
Well, here's his Dave from Alva, Oklahoma to you by way of Janet Blair.
Well, Dave, all your folks, including your brothers in the service, are getting along just fine. And they all think that after the action you saw in Sicily and Italy, working in an army post office must be pretty tame. But they say, take it easy until you're all well again.
Oh, tell them I'm feeling fine. What are they worrying about me for? I worry about them.
Well, you worry about the folks back in Oklahoma? Why?
Well, what about this gas rationing?
Gas rationing? Nothing to it, Sergeant. Listen.
That's what they're doing in Oklahoma, Sergeant. Picking them up and laying them down.
All right, but how about this shoe rationing?
Shoe rationing? Nothing to it, Sergeant. Listen.
That's what they're doing down in Oklahoma, Sergeant. Riding the horses.
Wait till I get back. I'll bring them a jeep.
Why not a camel?
Okay, 2 humps or one.
Private Maloney, have you recovered yet? If you have, here's your chance to talk to the folks in Rochester, New York.
Hello, Mom and Dad. Hello, Jimmy and Althea. Private Pal. How's Tommy and the twins?
Oh, we've got the answer to that, Private Maloney. We made a personal call to your folks, and they said to tell you that the twins send a special pair of very wet kisses to their wife, Aunt Helen.
They're wonderful kisses.
And here's some more news for you, Helen. Your family has moved into a new house.
A new house? Where?
Well, it's on Main Street East, and the best room in the house is empty, and they're saving it for you.
A room to myself? Well, that's wonderful.
Well, your mother says she's leaving it for you to decorate any way you want.
Well, Mother, I know you're listening, so thanks with all my heart.
Your mother is listening, Helen.
And tell all my friends in Rochester that I'm healthy and happy and terribly glad that I'm out here doing something in this war. And I know that they're doing all they can by working in war industries and buying war bonds.
Say, Private Maloney, is there anything I can do for you? I mean, woman to woman.
I'm glad you asked me that, Miss Blair. Could you do something for me?
Well, this is everything for the boys and girls.
Well, would you make an appointment for me at the Rochester Beauty Shop? I want a shampoo, permanent wave, and flush.
Well, what date should I make the appointment for, Helen?
And tell my brother Jim to order me 6 pairs of nylon stockings, or make it 12 sheer ones.
Oh, Ronnie, nylon hose and beauty parlor appointments? My gosh, what will I do?
Listen, Private Maloney, I know this is no man's land, but beauty parlor appointments and those dozen pair of nylon stockings, well, you know, they're very difficult to get.
Well, don't worry about that, Mr. Coleman. I don't need them now. I was just giving you my post-war plans.
Time's up, Mr. Coleman.
All right. Private Maloney and Sergeant Gannon, the man is here who says we're out of time. So goodbye to you down there in North Africa from all of us here in Hollywood.
Goodbye, Mr. Coleman.
Goodbye, Janet. Send me your picture, will you? I mean a great big personal one.
I will, Dave. And
goodbye. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, our circuit to Algiers is broken. We hope that this half hour has helped to make good our creed of everything for the boys. Yes, everything. Our thoughts, our prayers, our work, and the investment of our money in the bonds that buy the weapons of victory.
Again next week, Autolite invites you to be present for this new global half hour, Everything for the Boys, uniting the home front with the battlefronts overseas. Your host, Ronald Coleman, will have as his guest Miss Greer Garson in Arch Oboler's radio dramatization, Berkeley Square, all at the express command of a group of fighting Yanks who will listen in and then speak directly from their base in the South Pacific.
Our thanks to Janet Blair for being with us tonight. Until next week, when at the command of our boys at advanced base in the South Pacific, we bring you Greer Garson in Berkeley Square. This is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
Janet Blair is soon to be seen in Columbia's new picture, Curly. The appearance of service personnel does not constitute endorsement by the War Department of the product advertised. This program has come to you from Hollywood and Algiers. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Everything for the Boys, starring
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody,
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Obler. I want to urge you particularly to stay with us after the play is over tonight for a reason you won't regret. Today we have a simple story. As simple as a bullet hole through a man's heart or a knife to his heart. But first, Frank Martin.
Why do we hear more and more about the importance of vitamin B1 and iron? Because by getting more of these two substances, thousands who needed them have gained glorious new pep and strength and pounds, new enjoyment of life. And remember, friends, ironized yeast tablets give you both these vital substances. So, if more vitamin B1 and iron is what you need, and if these deficiencies are making you thin and weak, jittery and tired out, get ironized yeast tablets right away. Start taking them tonight. See if you're not surprised at the wonderful difference in the way you look and feel and act. That's right. It's the one and only ironized yeast tablets you want. And now, lights out. Everybody.
You know, Al, I kind of wish I had a book.
Huh? What do you say?
I said I wish I had a book.
Yeah?
Well, I tell you I do.
What do you want with a book?
What do you think? To throw it at your fat head? Don't get so funny. Sitting here in this lousy shack hour after hour, waiting. I tell you, it's enough to drive a man crazy.
What's the matter, Professor? You begin to remember those three guys you'll knock off in prison?
Shut up, shut your face, shut up.
A guy like you got too much reading in your head and not enough money inside where it counts. You'll never get no place in the racket.
I'll get as far as you will, you cold-blooded.
Shut your mouth. What you need is a ball. You bet your life. Yes, sir, I tell you this.
Wait.
Huh?
Listen.
What's the matter with you?
I thought I heard...
Heard what?
I thought I heard outside. Maybe we ought to...
Oh, still you are. I'll go. Handle something. Nobody there.
I thought I heard...
You hear nothing, see nothing.
I suppose not.
You got the jitters. You're trying to give them to me, huh?
I tell you, I thought I heard something.
Well, stop thinking. This place is perfect hideout. Nobody know about it but you and me and Duke.
Duke? When the devil's he?
Don't worry, Duke will get here.
But will he?
What do you mean, will he?
That's a lot of dough, $50,000.
Oh, you think maybe Duke pull a double cross, huh?
I'm not saying he will. I'm just saying that 50,000 is a lot of money.
Listen, 10 years in Alcatraz, I was in the same cell block as Duke. You know that?
Well?
Well, I get to know that guy inside and out. I know every idea he got in his head.
And I suppose double-crossing isn't among those ideas, eh?
Listen, Duke is one strong guy, see? Lots of muscle, lots of nerve. One tough guy. He got so much nerve and so much muscle, there ain't no room for the double cross.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Sure I'm right. I'm always right. That's why you and me and Duke is in the big door now. I'm always right. And just because I'm right, in a little while, we three are going to have another 50 grand to split up, see? How do you like that, Professor?
Splitting up dough, I always like that.
Sure. I never seen nobody like the dough the way you do. But you still got the first dollar you ever make in the rocket, huh?
Wait.
What's the matter now? You got the jumps again?
No. Listen.
Oh, that's adjusted aim.
Oh, yeah.
You got a lot of whips in it, Professor?
3 days.
Yeah. A lot of good is going to do as soon as the Duke gets here, Professor? A lot of good is going to do it at top stuff. A lot of good.
I gotta stop crying. I gotta. My eyes, day after day. How many days has it been? It's so dark in here. If I could only have a little light, just a little. I gotta stop crying. I gotta think.
what's the use of thinking? They'll kill me. They'll kill me. I know they will if they'd only listen to me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Crying. That dame's making me sick. Why don't you stop? Been going on like that for days.
Don't worry, Professor. She stopped crying pretty soon. You bet your life. You wait till the Duke gets here with a 50 grand.
Yeah? And maybe he won't.
Oh, what do you mean he won't? The boss said he pays 50 grand for knocking off this double-crossing dame. And 50 grand is what we're going to get.
50 grand?
Yeah, and a cheap at the price. Say, if that dame blew off her mouth like she says she's going to do, the boss is going up to Alcatraz for 20 years. 50 grand for saving 20 years out of a guy's life. Plenty cheap, I bet you lie.
But that dame, she's got a lot of friends.
What difference that make to us? Nobody ever tied us up with the others we knock off for boss before, did they?
No.
You leave it to the dude. He's one smart guy. When he finds a shack over the river, he find a gold mine. You knock him on the head, you drop him in the river, under the ground they go. They never come up again, bet you lie.
That's true. They never do come up, do they?
No, not in 1,000 years. The river on this ground, she runs deep and fast. Nobody we ever throw in ever come up again. Nobody.
When I press my ear against the wall, I can hear the water running. Like it was a river under the ground. There used to be a river near the house when I was a little girl. I used to play near the water. And there was sun and light. I gotta see the light again. I've got it. How long have I been here? I never see anybody. I never hear of just the water running far below. No, I won't listen anymore. If they'd only let me talk to them, if they'd only let me make a deal, I wouldn't testify against them. I wouldn't. I want to live. I gotta live. Oh, I'm so scared. I can't be scared. If I start being scared, I'll go on getting more and more scared. I'll begin to see things in the dark. The dark is full of awful things. No, I mustn't think of it. I'll go crazy thinking. I mustn't be scared. I mustn't be scared.
Okay, Professor. 4 for you and 1 for me. Ring 'em and weave.
Super. King's up, huh?
You bet, Jim.
Wait a minute. Hands off the cash, pal.
Huh?
Read these cards and wait.
Oh, my God. 3 queens.
Thank you.
He draws 4 cards. He gets 3 queens. Hey, you got a lot.
Have I?
Sure. Meeting up with me and Duke.
Duke, where in the devil is he?
Oh, you start that again. I tell you, Duke, get here. 1 o'clock. That's 3 more hours.
Yeah, but what if he doesn't get here?
I told you before. The dame goes in the river, we scrum out of here.
But Duke said not to touch her until he got here.
Yeah, but me, I ain't taking no chances waiting around there anymore. Only time dames they don't talk is when they're under the ground or under the river.
Yeah.
3 hours from now, if the Duke come back with the boss's door or not, in the river that dame goes, and that's that. And the river, she cover up everything. Everything. You bet.
Thought I was smart. Smart getting into the racket. Easy money. Yeah. Smart. Now they're going to kill me. Oh, my head, it hurts so. I must be going crazy. No, I mustn't think like that. So quiet in here. If I could only hear someone saying something, saying anything, I wouldn't feel as if I was going crazy. I wouldn't think that all the world is dead and I'm alone. I hear something. No, it can't be. I hear voices. People, they've come to help me. Listen, everybody. Listen, here I am. Here I am in here. Listen to me. Help me. Help! They've gone. There's nobody. In my head. It was all in my head. I'm going crazy. I am. Oh, help me. Somebody help me. I gotta get out of here where it's light, where the sun's shining. Listen to me, somebody. I'm going crazy here in the dark. Help me. Help me. Help me.
I will.
Voice. I hear it again in my head.
I will help thee, my lady.
No. There's nobody here.
I tell thee I will help, my lady.
There's nobody here. I know there isn't. No door open, no light.
I come to thee from darkness.
There's nobody here. I know. No, it... The place is so small. You're not here. You're here. You're here. No. There's no one. No one.
I tell thee I will help thee.
But I hear that voice so clear.
Look before thee, my lady. The fear should not be thine.
I can't quite make out who are you?
My name, perhaps thou hast heard the name before, is Philippe de Martival.
Philippe de... Oh!
Her senses have left her. Better so. There's bloody work to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you and I and everyone else at this point would welcome the reality of an interruption about something that is real. The reality of taking a deep breath and listening to the problems of keeping healthy in wartime. Meantime, girls, are you short on vitamin B1 and iron? Are these deficiencies what's making you say,
I never have any fun anymore. I've lost weight and I'm so jittery and tired out all the time. I just never want to do anything these days. Honestly, I don't know what to do.
if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need, do this. Try ironized yeast tablets. They give you both vital substances, and believe you me, they are vital. Because when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from the food you eat, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need. Or what you do eat may not do you the good it should. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale. You may feel only half alive.
Sounds reasonable. And you say ironized yeast tablets supply both vitamin B1 and iron?
Right. It's ironized yeast and its wonderful two-way help that's been of such amazing benefit to so many, many men and women with these deficiencies. So try ironized yeast tablets if you need more vitamin B1 and iron. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
It's a thrill to look so good and feel so good. I've gained pounds. My jitters are gone. My friends say I'm like a new person. How glad I am I tried ironized yeast tablets.
And now back to Lights Out and our story of the girl and the gangster.
What's the matter, Professor? You think you're going to find nerve in the bottle?
And drink with her, please.
Okay.
He said he'd be here by 1 o'clock.
He will.
Half an hour to 1 now.
So there's still a half hour.
Something went wrong.
I mean, it's something wrong in your head. Duke will be here. I bet you 10 grand on that.
But 1 o'clock?
It's 30 minutes from now, so shut up your face and quit squawking. You're making me sick.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Out to the road. Too much yelling here.
No, wait. Don't go. You greasy rat, you're running out on me. I haven't got nerve, huh? Got nerve for anything as long as there's money in it. Said I could never make money, huh? I'll show him $500,000. Might have $1 million by the time I quit this lousy racket. $500,000, I'll be able to buy anything from... Blasted clock. What time? 1:45. 15 more minutes. He's got to get here. He's got to. If he doesn't, Al will want me to help him kill her. What's the matter with me? Duke will get here. He always gets here, sure. He'll do the job. Duke likes killing. Cold. The door must be... No, the door's closed. Al must have come in. Al, is that you?
De Martival.
Huh? Huh?
De Martival.
Who said that? I see no one.
I am here.
You? Go where?
The coldness at thy side.
Oh, that bottle. I've had too much. That's too much.
Weak. Aye, worm-like thing.
Voice I do hear. Blasted bottle. What voice is in my head, will you? Not mine, not mine, not mine.
Pray to thy God.
Huh?
I did hear. I heard. Pray to thy God.
There is someone here.
I can't see you, but you are here, aren't you?
I came back in her agony.
I hear you, and yet you aren't here. Oh, what's wrong with me? Things are what they are. There's no one who can talk without being.
Use your eyes to see.
Huh? Oh. Yes. Yes, I see you. You've been hiding my eyes. Yes, I see you. Tell me, what do you want? Who are you? How did you get in here?
Out of the darkness. Through her agony.
Darkness? Agony? What are you talking about? Oh, my eyes. I can hardly see you. Blurred.
I'm weary of you.
Weary of me? What's that? Something in your hand? Yes. Yes, I see it. It's getting clearer and clearer. Oh. What can it be? A bowl. A bowl? What do you guys do with it?
I fit the
No, don't drop that. Stop pointing that thing at me, the arrow. It might... Oh!
Done. The worm no longer squirms.
Hey, Professor, I think the Duke is coming. I begin to see the headlights of a car down the road about a mile away. Hey, Professor, what's the matter? You don't...
Well, he ain't here, eh, Professor? In the other room, I bet, hiding under the bed, eh? Well, I think I go in and... And nothing. What's the deal?
What? Wind. The door, she's shut. What's the matter with me? I don't get the jumps. I'm afraid of nothing. Hey, Professor, come on out of the room there. Wake up. I want to talk to you.
There is little time for talk.
Who said that? Professor, that you? Oh, yeah, I see you. Look for your hand on the floor. Come on, you get up. Get up or I'll kick your face in. Come on, get up. Professor. Who do that to you?
To Martaval.
Stand where you are.
Yes.
I got a gun on you. Stand still, I kill you.
Yes.
All right, now, wise guy. I'm going to find out what you look like. Come on in closer to the light.
No.
Listen, smart guy. I don't know how you get in here. I don't know what your racket is. You listen to me. My name is Alcilotti. Maybe you heard that name before, huh?
No.
No, yes. Talk a word. Who are you? What are you doing here? Come on across to the light.
I grow weary.
You grow what? What are you talking about? Come on close to the light, I tell you. And now keep your hands up. I tell you, what do you think you're doing? Keep them up, I tell you, crazy. I'm going to die. I'll blow you full of holes. What's the thing is on your hand? Drop it, I tell you. Drop it. Okay. You're still standing there.
Meet thy God.
Meet my... What's the matter with you? What do you set up for? Who are you? I get it. You got a bulletproof vest on, eh? Okay, wise guy, you ain't got no vest on your head. I'm gonna blow... No, wait. What you do? Wait a minute. Put down that...
So, the worm, the rat, one more.
You guys woke up. Well, what's the matter with you guys? Why don't you put on some light?
Put on some light?
Yeah, that's what I said, lights. Now, where are you?
Me, I'm here.
What's the matter with you guys? Saving dough and kerosene or something? Come on, light the lamps.
We can see.
Oh, yeah? It's one of you guys owls. Now, quit the gagging and put on some lights. We gotta work fast.
It is time.
Oh, yeah, that's what you think. We gotta knock off the dame and get out of here quick.
There is time.
What are you guys doing? Putting on a brother act? I say we gotta get out of here quick. And I mean quick. Well, maybe you guys want to fry on the chair, but I don't.
There is a
Stop
time.
saying that. What's the matter with you guys?
There is time.
Oh, I get it. You've been pouring the stuff down here, the both of you. Why, you're so stiff you don't know whether you're coming or going.
Coming or going?
You lousy rats. I ought to blow the both of you apart. Me, I'm doing all the work. And what are you guys doing? Filling your insides full of cheap liquor like a couple of bindle snips.
Now, come on. Get out your rod and let's get this over with.
Get this over with?
Yeah, over with. The dame. We gotta get rid of her quick.
Rid of her quick?
Stop jabbering every word I say back at me. You hopheads. The boss gave you the dough, $50,000. Now, we gotta get that dame into the river and quick.
Dame?
Yeah, dame. That squealing, double-crossing dame. Well, maybe you guys don't remember why we came out here. Maybe you think you came out here for a gin party, huh? Now, come on. Get out your gat and let's get going and get rid of that twist. No. What do you mean, no? Hey, wait a minute. You guys can't be that drunk. You're up to something. All right. Let's have it. Well, let's have it. What are you up to? What are you trying to pull? Come on, let's have a light in here. I can see what you mugs are looking like. Well, are you deep? Light a candle.
Light?
Okay, I'll light one myself. But I'm warning you, mugs, don't start nothing. My rod works in the dark just as well as yours. Where's that candle? Well, answer me. Where's the candle? Okay. Just wait till I get a light. I'll make you guys talk. Yeah. Here it is. It's a match. Yeah. Now I'm going to see what's eating you guys. Okay, now, Al, I want you... Al, well, Oh, there you are. What are you doing standing there against the wall? Yeah, you, Professor. What's the matter with you guys? Why don't you say something? Well, quit staring at me without saying nothing. Okay, I'll come over there, and I'll show you. Al. Professor. Throats. Who did it to you, Al? Who did it? What?
Demartival.
Who said that? Answer me, who said that?
I
see you standing there. I see you. You did this to Al and the professor. You did it. Why? Why did you do it? No, stand where you are. I got a gat on you. Now talk fast or I'll blow you apart. Come on, tell me why you did it.
I came through her agony out of the darkness.
What? What'd you say?
When you die, I return.
I die? You expect to knock me off too, huh? Stay where you are. That'll stop you. You're going to kill me too, huh? Well, why don't you do it now? You're still standing there. I shot you. You're dead. Like they're dead. But they talked to me when I came in before. And they must have been dead then. How could they have... No, stay back. I tell you. You're dead. And they're dead. And dead don't talk. Don't move. What are you pointing at me? What are you going to do with that thing? Don't point it at me. I ain't done nothing.
The worm, the rat, the snake. Finished.
Boys, there they are. Put them up, you. Put them up. What is it? What? Look at them. Oh.
Dead. All three of them. And each with an arrow through his throat.
Doctor, how is she?
It's all right, Mr. Martyrs. Your daughter's going to be all right. Nothing physically wrong.
Thank heaven.
It was most fortunate the police got there when they did. Another few hours and the horror of that darkness in her mind... Well, I repeat, it was most fortunate.
But I heard through the door.
You're referring to her cries. Let me assure you that it's nothing. It was nothing but hysteria, a reaction to her horrible experience, that's all. But she'll be all right, you can believe me.
My poor little Ruthie. I hadn't seen her for years. And to find her again this way...
Oh, Mr. Martyrs, there's something I would like to ask you if you don't mind.
That's so. What is it, Doctor?
In her hysteria, your daughter kept repeating a name. I've been wondering whether you can think of any reason for her saying it.
Name? Name? What name?
She kept saying it over and over again. I'm not quite sure, but I think it was... Yes, it was Philippe de Martival.
Philippe de Martival?
Yes. Could he have had anything to do with what took place?
Oh, no, of course not. Philippe de Martival was an ancestor of mine, lived back in the days of the Norman conquest. over 850 years ago. Oh, no. He had nothing to do with all this.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Claudette Colbert. If some of you are surprised at this sudden interruption of mine, please bear in mind that your neighbor's life or the life of that boy down the street has been far more drastically interrupted by this war. This interruption is not to ask you businessmen to close up your offices and tie hand grenades on your belts, take a bayonet in your hand and climb on an invasion barge. This interruption is not to ask you housewives to close up your homes or you mothers to send your children away to a safe place in the country while you and I shoulder a gun and go to join our husbands on some bloody battlefield of this world war. No. Others are doing the fighting and the dying for us. All you are being asked to do for a period of 3 weeks is to divert every cent which you don't absolutely need for food, shelter, and other necessities of life into the purchase of extra war bonds. Your government needs $13 billion at once. Each bond that you will buy during these 3 weeks will be not only an investment, but an insurance policy that our fathers and brothers and sons in the service will have every bullet and bomb and ship and tank and plane they will need in the coming invasion to win the fight for the sort of world you want to live in.
Thank you, Claudette Colbert. Now, Mr. Obler, getting back to tonight's play, wouldn't it be nice if our ancestors could avenge us? I haven't met any ancient ghosts ready to do battle for me.
On the contrary, Frank, your ancestors battle for you every waking moment. I mean that literally. The freedoms you and all the rest of us enjoy right now, they came about not because we fought for them, but because somewhere in the past, some of our ancestors in this human family had the courage to fight for a better future. If we have to fight anew for that now, well, it doesn't take away the glory of the past battle. And since some of us still have some measure of freedom now, in spirit at least, those ancestors are fighting with us and for us.
And next week?
Well, a man is on trial for his life accused of murder. As he waits for the jury to come in, he tries to reason out the events which led him into the predicament. The play propounds the interesting question as to whether the evil, such as Hitlerian, that is loose in the world today is a living thing. In other words, whether there is such a thing as evil which makes men evil, or whether evil comes from within men. But that's next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's Kill. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer.
Last week, ladies and gentlemen, right after signing off, we met a man from Canada who ran off a record for us, the transcription of a broadcast presented by Stage 46, that exciting radio series produced by Andrew Allen up in Toronto. We loved it, all of us in the Mercury who listened, and we figured you listeners stateside shouldn't have to miss the fun from up above the border. So, the previously announced Treasure Island goes back on the shelf to make room for a light-hearted little libel entitled Life with Adam. A sort of satire, this is, on somebody of a similarity almost photographic and certainly surgical to your obedient servant. In other words, the hero of tonight's story is me. But I refuse to admit it to the extent of playing the part myself. No, I'm just going to sit back in the control room and make myself comfortable as possible under the circumstances. When lampooning a contemporary, the neatest evasion of the libel laws, is a simple switch of the victim's name. By translating Alexander Wolcott to Sheridan Whiteside, the authors of The Man Who Came to Dinner were spared a lawsuit, although the model of the comedy could not be restrained from enacting himself in the road company. Turning the name Orson Welles into the even unlikelier Adam Bonnycastle, playwright Hugh Kemp of Canada not only scored a thundering success on the radios of our good neighbors to the north, but wins a half hour of his model's hard-won airtime without having to endure a performance of the model by the model himself. No, I definitely am not going to act myself. And no cracks, please, about how I never have. Canada's celebrated and very, very talented Fletcher Marco, who's the man who brought us the record and who created the role and who is also the show's director tonight, will be heard in what might be described as my place. Since there is no valid contribution I can make to Life with Adam beyond having posed for the original of this advertisement, I therefore yield the studio to an impersonation which, believe me, is something less than a compliment and something more than a comment.
Hello, Chester. Hi, child. What are you doing?
Nothing. I'm melting away.
Hello, George. Same old thing.
Yes, Miss Holiday.
Now, Evie, what is all this?
Yes, what are you doing in New York when you could be at Sweden?
It's a long story, Chubb, but it goes in one sentence. I'm sick of the people I know. Does that sound awful?
No worse than it did the last time.
How's New York?
Dull.
Who's around?
The kids that are working.
What about you, Chubb?
Oh, nothing I haven't written about. Oh, hey, I got something to show you. Right.
Oh, that.
A Day with Eve Holiday. Have you seen it?
They sent me a copy.
I think it's swell.
Let me see it.
The pictures are nice. Just a sec. Turn back a couple of pages.
Oh, this? Life with Adam. Adam Bonnycastle writes, produces, acts, lectures, composes, paints.
I saw him act once.
Cute. He needs a shave.
I think he's here in town.
Oh, I see you've read this.
I had nothing to do on the train.
The 27-year-old wizard, who can do everything but add, is absolutely tireless. Fresh from a successful run in his own musical Big Nemo, Bonnycastle is now in rehearsal with a traditional version of Richard III. He lectures twice weekly at 2 universities, will guest appear as Sidney Carton on the August 12th broadcast of All-Star Theater.
He's super Cyrus.
All-Star Theater? Hey, that's Daddy's show. He's a sponsor. You want to go, huh?
Might be something to do.
Heavens, not me.
I'll get tickets. You want to ask anybody?
Let's go alone.
Oh, I forgot you're sick of people.
How about this? Adam Bonnycastle rejected the agency's adaptation of A Tale of Two Cities. Did a new stylized version himself.
I see him, foremost of just judges and honored men, bringing a boy of my name, with a forehead that I know and golden hair.
Hey, he's all right. What do you think,
He needs a haircut.
Oh, I wouldn't mind an evening with that boy.
Not my
Now
type.
hear him tell the child my story with a tender and a faltering voice. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest I go to than I have ever known. Two Cities, starring Adam Bonnycastle as Sidney Carton. Our sponsor wishes to thank Mr. Bonnycastle for taking time out from his production of Shakespeare's Richard III to appear on tonight's All-Star Theater.
Let's get out of here. They're too many people.
Oh, stop being so blasé. I think it's exciting. That's what I think.
It's cool in here. Half of my clothes are still at Sneeden.
You look beautiful. Gosh, that tan alone is enough.
Come on, I can plow through the crowd. Excuse me.
I'd like to, but I couldn't possibly make it.
Mr. Bonnycastle, there are people on all the phones.
Take messages, please, will you? Jenkins? Where's Jenkins?
Here I am.
Take a note, will you? Page 18, Richard. Subjective approach. I don't know what that means. Remind me.
Yes, Mr. Bonnycastle.
Mr. Bonnycastle, your elevator's waiting.
I'll be right there.
Here's the producer, Mr. Bonnycastle.
Well, Mr. Bonnycastle, beautifully played, beautifully played. It was a real pleasure to produce, a real pleasure.
I don't know why.
Mr. Bonnycastle, you're due at rehearsal at
I'm coming right away. I have an idea for Buckingham's costume. Tell Forrest to see me at breakfast.
Breakfast is booked.
Breakfast is
You can
booked.
drive over to the university with you.
Mr. Bonnycastle, I'm Chubb Horton. My father...
Mr. Bonnycastle, long distance wants you to Hollywood.
It's that ridiculous woman. I can't talk to her.
Mr. Bonnycastle, my
I was
father...
about to tell you, the car won't be ready till tomorrow.
Get an ambulance, will you? I can't stand taxis.
Mr. Bonnycastle, my
Yes, little
father...
girl, what is it about your father? Does he want to act?
I'm Chubb Horton. My father sponsors this program.
Why?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either. It's perfectly dreadful.
May I present Eve Holiday, Mr. Bonnycastle?
How do you do?
Hello. Jenkins, I like the fellow who read the Sentry. Get his name, will you?
Come on, Chubb. You've met the boy wonder.
Mr. Bonnycastle, I have a car right out front. I'd be glad to drive you.
Thank you. That's very kind. Very kind.
Chubb, I'll meet you somewhere afterwards.
Oh, you don't be a prima donna. Come for a nice drive. Come on, Jenkins. Goodbye, kiddies. I love you all.
Comfortable back there?
Quite, thank you. Very pleasant.
How about you, Eve?
I will be soon. How far's the theater? Oh, bear up, Miss Holiday.
Jenkins, this child doesn't admire me. What's the matter, miss? Do you want to be an actress?
I do not.
Thank heavens. What were you doing there tonight? You're much too fashionable to be interested in radio.
I was trapped into it.
So was I.
May I ask a question, Mr. Bonnycastle?
Of course.
Are you really as unbearable as you seem?
I don't know. Jenkins, am I as unbearable as I seem?
Sometimes, Bonnie boy, sometimes you're a prize. And at other times you're a dear.
Tonight I'm a prize. What about you? Are you really the empty shell you seem?
Eve is a darling. You leave her alone.
You like her, huh? What do you like about her?
Everything. She's wonderful. She has looks, style, social position.
She spends too much time dressing.
Why don't you get your hair cut?
Eve's trouble is that she's
Ah,
bored.
bored. That's wonderful. What are you bored about?
You at the moment, also the summer. I'd forgotten how dull New York is in the summer.
New York is exciting. You are dull.
Let's not discuss me.
What do you mean by dull?
Everybody's away. No good parties.
No good parties. What a mind you must have, my butterfly. No wonder you wear dark glasses.
I'll bet you have full-length mirrors on your wall.
You're stealing my line.
The theater's just around the corner. We'll get out here.
All right, I'll stop on the other side.
Excuse me.
I enjoyed the play, Mr. Bonnycastle. See you again, I hope.
Thanks very much, Chaplin. You too. What did you say your name was?
I didn't.
She's Eve Holiday.
Eve Holiday. Nice. Miss Holiday, you have good legs. Jenkins, I like the pretty girl.
Willie, what did you think of him?
Who?
Adam Bonnycastle. Who else?
Isn't he dreadful? Where's that magazine?
You're sitting on it. Don't you think he's good looking?
I suppose if you like the type. Writes, produces, acts, lectures, composes, paints.
That Miss Jenkins seemed like a nice person.
How old did you say she was?
35.
You think she's given up hope?
Ah, no.
Born in Dayton, Ohio, Bonnycastle was doing finished paintings at the age of 5, composing at 7. He needs the mustache, though. Hello?
Adam Bonnycastle.
Adam Bonnycastle, what?
This is Adam speaking.
Yes?
You drove me to the theater a couple of nights ago.
Yes, I remember. You were very busy.
You were very bored. Are you still bored?
At the moment, yes.
After my rehearsal tonight, I have 3 hours off. Will you meet me?
I have 3 dates.
Don't be irrelevant. I have a whole cast waiting.
Of course I won't meet you. How'd you get my private phone?
I didn't. Jenkins did. She can get anything.
Did you get your hair cut?
I have a picture magazine here, Life. It says A Day with Eve Holiday.
I've seen it.
Eve Holiday believes in glamour around the clock. She breakfasts on grapefruit and coffee, wearing a beautifully designed mandarin coat of chartreuse. What a horrible waste of a life.
What are you being so useful about?
Life is a race against death.
And you hope to win?
I'll be through at midnight.
Will you meet me?
Definitely not.
At the theater.
No.
Kitty, that was a very bad dress, Kitty, but I love you all. You little lambkins. Do it like that in Boston, and we'll all have to work in radio again. Jenkins, get Smith for breakfast and tell him to bring his sketchbook.
Okay, Mr. Bonnicastle. Smith for breakfast. Adam, we're going out for smoked meat. You want to come?
Can't send one over for me, will you? I'll be here. And coffee, a quart of coffee.
Adam, Bonnie.
What is it, Jenkins?
Someone down here to see you.
Huh? Oh, look who it is. Didn't expect you. Did you see the dress?
I just came in.
If you'll excuse me, I haven't slept this week.
Thanks, Miss Jenkins.
Okay, Jenkins, quits for tonight, in the morning.
Night, Bonnie.
So, you didn't expect me.
I never expect a woman.
Where are we going?
I have to get this stuff off my face.
You do your own makeup?
Yes, always. I'm an expert. You wear too much.
Ha!
That's a horrible mouth. I'll fix it.
You leave it alone.
It droops. What a dismal droop.
Why did you ask me out tonight?
Why'd you accept?
What's that stuff?
Benzodrine?
You look terrible. Are you sick?
Oh, a little tired.
Why don't you go to bed?
It's habit forming.
What's the point behind all this routine?
You resent it, don't you?
Why should I resent it?
It's a challenge to your way of life.
Why do you do it?
When I was 20, it seemed a good way to be very important.
Now you're 27. Why do you keep it up?
Nothing else seems very important.
Poor man. How'd you get time off tonight?
I canceled things.
Where are we going?
Any ideas?
You want your picture taken, is that it? Autograph?
No, that isn't it.
What is it then?
You're beautiful. You fascinate me. I have a farm about half an hour out Westchester. Do you want to go sit on a swing?
I do not. How about a club?
I thought you were tired of that life.
I'm no farm girl.
Well, here you are sitting on a swing. You like it?
What are you doing with the farm?
I bought it for Jenkins. There are times when I haven't any money. Jenkins keeps me.
Who is Jenkins?
She used to be an actress, but it made her sick at the stomach. Now she manages me.
What are you doing next month?
Boston, Richard, and I'm starting a new radio series. And I have lectures. We're planning a new Hamlet.
When do you rest?
I take a deep breath every now and then. What are you doing in New York in August?
I got sick of the country life. I want to be useful.
You're out of character.
You dislike me, don't you?
I like you very much.
Why did you ask me out?
Why did you come?
Put you in your place?
You're not trying very hard.
No. You're not playing fair. You're being defenseless.
You disappointed?
No.
Surprised?
Yes.
Why?
That public performance of yours is a lily. You're not like that.
What am I like?
You'll hate this.
Go ahead, offend me.
You're more like Huckleberry Finn. Matt?
No. Please.
What?
I didn't think you'd read Huckleberry Finn.
You'd be surprised what I've read.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Why?
Surprise is mainly an act. People aren't surprised nearly as often as they think they are.
We're being honest tonight.
I'm being honest. You're being sulky.
I'll be honest, too, Adam.
What?
I want to be kissed.
Surprise, surprise. You're not going to be.
You're very cute. I thought we were being honest.
I told you about your mouth back in the dressing room.
Let's go home. I've had enough of the country. Huck.
This is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. If you are not listening to me, you're listening to Canada's radio star Fletcher Markle in his own production of Hugh Kemp's Canard called Life with Adam. And now, while Mr. Markle and I rest from his exertions, here is Jim Amici to tell you about smooth and sparkling...
Yes, smooth and sparkling Pabst Blue Ribbon. As one of the Mercury players was saying just before the start of tonight's show, Jim, you're right when you tell folks to keep on asking for Pabst Blue Ribbon. For shortage or no shortage, that Pabst Blue Ribbon taste is as perfect as ever. Yes, of course it is. After all, Pabst Blue Ribbon, as always, is happily blended of those never less than 33 fine brews. Naturally, the flavor is just bound to be not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling. with the real beer flavor coming through just the way you like it. So, when occasionally your dealer is unable to supply you with all of this truly great beer you like, please keep right on asking for Blended Splendid, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Comes now Act Two of Life with Adam. And remember, please, any similarity to living persons is purely intentional.
Well, don't keep me waiting, Eve. What about him? What about Adam Bonnicastle? Is this really it?
Oh, Chub, what would I do? Sit at rehearsals all the time? Besides, I'd get very tired of his shouting at Jenkins.
Jenkins?
Coming, Bonnie. What is it?
You take that other phone. I'm busy on these two.
Okay.
All right, Harry, I'll catch up with you in Boston.
Speaking.
Yes, I'd like to do it very much. Depends on how long Richard
Well,
runs.
Mr. Bonnicastle isn't casting just
About
a
a month,
moment.
I'd say.
Well, what have you done?
Goodbye, Harry.
Oh,
Hello, Frank. About
well, I know
those
he'd
pictures,
like
will you take them
to see
again?
you, but he has so
No,
many
Frank,
things,
just
and as he's
pictures.
not
If I want
casting just
portraits,
now.
I'll get paintings
Yes.
made.
Yes.
Anytime you say
I'm
between
sorry.
4 and 4:15.
Try us again.
Okay, goodbye. Jenkins, don't give me that reproachful look.
Bonnie, you're 40 minutes late.
What have you got there?
The remains of the mail.
I have to read it.
There are a couple you should look at. One very personal.
What does it say?
It's an invitation to a something on Saturday afternoon, Eve holiday.
Oh,
You want to go?
we drove out to the farm the other night.
Did you have a time?
She excites me.
She's not your type.
What is my type?
Me, about 10 years ago.
She gives me a lift. That's important.
Well, go to a party. You can do your card trick.
I did a social season once. I can't stand repetition.
Maybe you'll like her little chums. The dialogue will be very bright, I'm sure.
She's not like the rest of them. She's trying to break away.
Oh, pardon my guffaw.
Jenkins, you're very sweet. I love you, you know.
I know.
You won't leave me, will you?
No, Bonnie. I'll be around.
Jenkins?
Yes?
Cancel everything between now and Monday. Rehearsals, meetings, lectures.
What's the matter, Bonnie?
Let's not be analytical. I've got to do my lines. Memory slipping.
All right. I'll be in my office if you want me.
Fine. Flourish. A flourish, trumpets. Strike alarum, drums. Let not the heavens hear these telltale women rail on the Lord's anointed. Strike, I say! Either be patient and entreat me fair, or with the clamorous report of war, thus will I drown your exclamation.
Yes?
Hello.
Hello. Oh, it's you. Well, say something.
I can't think of anything.
Why did you call?
Jenkins told me to.
I'm busy, Adam.
What are you doing?
Chester's here. He's playing the piano.
The amateur hour. How I hate amateurs.
You're getting insulting.
I want to see you.
When did that come over you?
Just now.
I can't possibly see you.
I'll pick you up. We'll do some bars.
No.
In about half an hour.
No, I mean it.
I want you.
No. Did you get my invitation?
Yes?
Well, are you coming to the party?
I'm terribly busy. My weekend is filled.
Chester's pounding. I have to get back.
I want you.
No. Goodbye, Adam.
Jenkins?
What is it?
I feel fine, thank you. Very bright. Slave, I have set my life upon a cast, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. Hey, you, how do I get out to the garden?
Right through there. But yell bingo before you do.
Thank you. Look, what is done cannot be now amended. Men shall deal unadvisedly sometimes, which after hours give leisure to repent. If I did take the kingdom from your sons, to make amends, I'll give it to your daughter.
Hi,
Huh?
Over here.
Oh, Chubb.
What was that?
King Richard, what are you doing out here by yourself?
Getting my dress. This is some party for August.
Who are these people? Eve's friends?
Some are. Some just came along.
How do you tell them apart?
You don't like like us very much, do you?
I don't lump you all together.
We're not really like this. A lot of it's just an act. Trouble with us is that we're bored.
Nuts.
All right. But you have to understand that if you want to understand Eve.
Chub, you seem like a good fellow. Why don't you stop this nonsense?
What do you want me to do? Sit at home? Tried it once, didn't like it.
Eve doesn't seem too ecstatic at the moment.
Eve gets moods. Besides, you're not supposed to be out in the garden when she's inside. Oh, there's Jill. I better go in.
You mean there's another one?
Really, it's a darling winter place. It's stone, has 4 huge bedrooms, one smaller one, an enormous living room, wood-paneled, and the cutest furniture.
Is it as nice as our place last year?
Yes, I think so. And Peggy has promised to find us a maid. A job done.
It's about time. Sounds wonderful, Jill.
June, this is Adam Bonnycastle, June Delaplante.
Eve, darling, he's cute. How did you get him?
Madam, take your arms from around my neck.
He's shy. Oh, isn't that darling?
June has found us a house for the winter.
What's the matter with this house?
A winter place in the Laurentian.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hate the thought of being stuck in town all winter.
What do you do up there?
We ski, silly boy. We ski.
I don't think I'd be much of a skier.
What's that got to do with it?
The man's human. He's actually human. He doesn't ski.
Did you see anybody else?
Yes, Peg told me that Bonnie's thinking that little blue place. You know, the one that looks like French pastry.
Chester!
Adam, don't shout.
Chester, if you must play that, for heaven's sakes, give it a reasonable expression.
Don't push.
Now, Chester, watch. Listen. See, like this. Like this. This. You get it? You get anything?
No.
It does sound better, Chester.
I'm going home.
Chester.
I feel like singing. Who feels like singing? Adam, do you know Row, Row, Row Your Boat?
I do not.
Do you know it's the talk of the town?
Will you stop clinging to me?
Don't you disagreeable? Don't you know any popular music? I mean, it's Saturday. How about onesie twosie?
Chester, wait for me.
Adam, isn't that awful? Adam, if you leave now, we're all through.
All through. We were all through before we ever met. Onesie, twosie, it's the talk of the town.
No, I'm very sick now. I'm upset.
So, you fell off your good behavior. Bonnie, you do learn the hard way.
Chub, the little girl, the fat one, turned out to be a campfire singer.
I could have told you
There was
that.
a girl there, not a girl, a creature. If you wrote her into a script, people would say it was corny. She kept talking about a house.
Well, what about the weekend? I canceled everything. Do you want me to uncancel?
Might as well try to save some more of this evening's gone. I'll work by myself.
All right, I'll check with you first thing in the morning. Take it easy, Greasy. It's a long,
Thanks
long
for
flight.
coming over. Do you want a cab? Charlie! Oh, I forgot he went out for the night.
I'd rather walk. Night.
Night. As I intend to prosper and repent, so thrive I in my dangerous attempt of hostile arms. Myself confound. Heaven and fortune bar me happy hours. Day yield me not thy light, nor night thy rest. Oh, as I intend to prosper and repent, so thrive I in my dangerous attempt. You change your mouth.
You haven't changed your manners.
No, come in.
What are you doing?
Rehearsing?
It's Saturday night, didn't you know?
So I heard. Where's your party?
You behaved dreadfully this afternoon.
Why do you bother with those people? They're unbelievably unimportant.
They're my friends.
What's the matter? Can't you interest any real people?
Oh, stop acting. Who decorated this place?
Nobody. I hate decorators. It just grew. Parts of it are still empty. Who was that June character?
June's a darling when you know her.
I'll never find out.
Who painted this portrait?
I did.
Who is it?
Shirley. My wife.
You were married?
When I was 20. For a year.
What happened?
I needed more people. So did Shirley.
Where is she now?
In San Francisco, I think, enjoying a very successful second marriage.
Are you in love with her?
What are you doing here?
Oh, Adam. That's what I came for. I should go.
Why do you want to?
No. There's no sense in this.
Since when have you tried to make sense?
When we're alone. Good. More. When you leave.
In a week, I'll be away a year.
Why so long?
Richard closes New York. I'm going to the West Coast. Want to come?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't it?
I never knew what incompatibility meant until I ran into you.
I suppose Miss Jenkins is going with you.
I couldn't live without her.
Will you think of me?
Not for long. Another winter with your little chums in the north, and you'll be undistinguishable.
I want the winter. We could have fun if you stay.
Yes, couldn't we? We could all get suntan.
You don't laugh enough. We'll do you good to have some fun.
My dear child, I have more fun in a minute than you have in a week.
Don't call me a child.
When you were 17, somebody convinced you that you were very important. You've carefully preserved the illusion and the age.
Adam, I want to be kissed. Adam.
Oh, this is impossible, ridiculous.
We have nothing in common, have we?
Absolutely nothing.
I know it couldn't work. I know that.
Nobody's fault, just a difference of background, of temperament.
We'd be miserable.
Completely. Perhaps if we met in another lifetime.
Under totally different
We'd have a
circumstances.
magnificent week, and then we'd run into that party crowd of yours.
Oh, a week of rehearsal.
Not hating each other.
Thrilling hate. Oh, it would be impossible. Quite impossible.
Oh, but let's try it, shall we?
Shall we? Darling.
Love.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Life with Adam. And for this unabashed assault upon us, the Mercury leased out its studio tonight to an all-star cast of talented Canadians. Grace Matthews was Eve, John Graney was Chester, Hedley Rennie was, among other things, the waiter and producer. Tricia Judre was Chubb, and there was Mr. Fletcher Markle, whose excruciating portrait of your producer is not likely to live down. A few Mercury refugees did just manage to nudge up to the microphone. There was the old maestro Bernard Herrmann, for instance, who conducted the original music, which was written by Lucio Agostini for the original Canadian broadcast. That was Mercedes to Cambridge for a minute there, June, and sharing the top billing with Mr. Markle, a Mercury veteran who's added stardom on Broadway to her position as one of radio's most highly regarded artists. Our own Miss Betty Gard. She was Jenkins. And now, before telling you about next week, a word from Jim Amici.
Let me remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best. You can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now here's a very important message from Secretary Anderson of the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Anderson says, quote, "The immediate problem that faces a war-torn world is food. For after this week of spade work and education comes the constant performance through autumn that should result in making this year the greatest season of home food preservation in history." Unquote. And now, Mr. Wells.
Next week, A Real Thriller Diller, Moat Farm, by Norman Corwin. Until then, speaking for my sponsors and for all of us in the Mercury, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Obler. Tonight, the makers of Ironized Yeast bring you a story not of imaginary terrors. No, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's play will thrill and chill you beyond any power of the supernatural, because this story is based on cruel, grim reality. So tonight we urge you not to avoid this excitement and tension. Rather, we urge you to turn your radios up and listen as you've never did before.
Herr Himmler.
Heil Hitler. Well, mein Führer, I have the report.
Now, look here, Herr Hitler. It's no use getting so red in the face. That won't help anything. What's happened, happened. And as long as we know why it happened, I'll see to it won't happen again. So nothing is lost and something is gained. Now, here, I have the report here. It arrived by courier only 5 minutes ago. I rushed it right up. Didn't even stop to read it myself. So, I will read. Official report on the Renoir incident as made by Captain Hans Mauchlich to Major Heinrich von Trobritz, commanding officer 3rd Division Army of Occupation at headquarters Paris. Heil Hitler. I, Hans Mauchlich, captain, member of elite guard assigned to 3rd Division Army Occupation, being in my right mind and in full realization of the consequences to me, make the following statement. On the day of April 7th at 2 o'clock in the morning, Sergeant Karl Fischl, while on patrol duty in the town of Renoir, was shot at by unidentified woman and slightly wounded in the left thigh. In accordance with orders
radio from Paris headquarters, I at once placed the entire population of Renoir under arrest, and in accordance with further orders received, collected 50 female hostages to be hanged in the village square unless the criminal who had shot Sergeant Fischl was turned over to me at once. These French women were placed in the basement of the town hall, and precisely at sundown, having assembled the populace in the public square, I mounted the scaffold platform which had been erected there and spoke to this village of criminals. Attention! Attention! I warn you, no disturbances, or I will give the order to fire. Now, for the last time, who among you is guilty of this crime? Speak! So, very well. The next time, every man and woman in this town will be deported for hard labor in the Reich. This time, we will proceed with the executions. Silence! Sergeant, the first prisoner. At this point in my report, may I explain that the 50 women to be executed had been picked at random by squads sent through the town a few hours before. I personally knew none of them, but I personally counted them as they entered the place of imprisonment, and I personally posted the guard. That I know. The first prisoner, bind her hands up to the platform. Noose around her neck. So, tighten the rope. Place her on the trap door. So, the prisoner will lift her head. Lift your head. Look at me. At this point in the report, may I describe the prisoner? Sex, female. Age, indeterminate. Clothes, indeterminate. She lifted her face as ordered. Then a strange thing happened. She smiled. Yes, smiled. You smile? Why do you smile? Very well, the trap door. Hang her.
Herr Captain.
Well?
Her neck is broken.
Do not cut her down yet. People of the town of Renoir, the first of your women hangs here. The first evidence that to harm a soldier of the Holy Reich means death. Certain death. Remove the body. Bring out the next prisoner. At this point in my report, may I explain my plan? To hang was not enough. No. These Frenchmen and their women and their children must learn their lesson in a way they would never forget. One by one, the women would be brought out. One by one, they would stand on the platform. One by one, the rope around the neck, the trap door, the body twisting and turning in death. Coming through that door, climbing then to the scaffold, and dying. 50 of them. And it would take hours. And these Frenchmen and these French women and their children would never forget this lesson. Bring her here over the trap door. Rope around her neck. No, do not bind this one. It is better that they out there see her dance at the end of the rope. The other die too quickly. Ready?
Yes, Captain.
The prisoner will lift her face. Lift your face. Your face. You are related to the one who just died. Answer me. Very well. People of Renoir, you see before you the second of you who is to die for the crime against the Reich. This one, I can see, is related to the first. A sister, perhaps. It will not save her. The crime must be avenged. You laugh? Hang her.
Herr Captain, her neck is broken.
Broken? So small a woman? Why should... Sergeant, they drop too far. shorten the rope. Let them struggle before they die. The next prisoner. At this point in my report, may I state that all day it had been threatening rain. In spite of that fact, I had not felt it good psychology to postpone the executions. At this point, the time was 4:30, and the sky was getting quite dark, but I was determined to complete the executions. By the time the next woman stood on the scaffold, it was very dark. People of Renoir, the third criminal to die for the crime against the Reich. The crime must be avenged. You laugh too? Why? You're going to die? Why do you laugh?
You will know.
Hang her. At this point in my report, I will state that this woman did not die easily. I could tell that from the faces of the people and the animal cries that came to their lips as they watched this woman of theirs flinging about at the end of the rope. I was quite pleased. Silence! Silence! Well, people of Renoir, she thought she would not die. You see, she is dead. There is no escape from the vengeance of the Reich. Bring up the next one. Stop that drum. Yes, people of Renoir, there is no escape from the power of the Third Reich. Today over all Europe, tomorrow over all the world. What power is there to stop us? All right, bring the prisoner up here, quickly. At this point in my report, may I say it was darker than before. The clouds. There was a feeling of an electrical storm in the air. Hurry her up there, hurry her up! Sergeant, turn on the floodlights. Let no one move. Shoot down anyone who tries to leave the square. Do not think the storm will make any difference. Here you are, and here all of you will stay until the last one of your criminals is hanged. All right, soldier, do not stand there. The noose, put it around her neck. No. Soldier, are you out of your mind? Why do you stand there? What is it?
Look at her. Look at her.
At this point in my report, I wish to state that I am not sure if I am in my right mind completely now. But at the time I am speaking of, I knew exactly what I was hearing and seeing.
Captain, look at her. I tell you, look at her.
You?
Sergeant. Yes, Captain.
The bodies, are they down there?
Yes, Captain.
How many? Answer me, how many?
3.
3?
3.
So, you, woman, you think you make jokes with me. You are of the same family. Yes, that is it. You are of the same... Hang her. At this point in my report, I will state only that I immediately ordered the next prisoner up to the scaffold. The 5th prisoner.
Captain, this one, the same?
You crazy fool, how can that be? Here, the searchlight, here. No. You are not... How can that be? Sergeant, how many now? The truth, tell me the truth.
4. 4, Captain.
The truth, I order you.
4 bodies, I swear it, Captain.
And their faces. Look at their faces. Answer me, their faces.
All the same, Captain. The same.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment now to look around to reassure ourselves that we are where we are in the free America of today, where thousands of people are able to say,
man, oh man, am I going good. Making more money than I ever did. Sure, taxes are tough, and I'm putting my 10% in war bonds. But even so, I've got plenty left to spend for fun.
To spend for fun? You think our fighting men in Africa are having fun? Was it fun for our boys at Guadalcanal fighting off the Japs from foxholes? Being shot down in flames over Berlin, is that fun?
Why, no, but like I said, I'm putting my 10% in war bonds.
This is no 10% war, my friend. Our servicemen are fighting at 100%. And that's exactly why the news from Africa is good, why we won at Guadalcanal, why we're moving toward the offensive on other fronts. Do you want more American victories? Do you want our men to march into Berlin at the earliest possible moment?
Why, yes, of course.
Then back them up as they are fighting for us.
100%. Put that money you've got for fun into more war bonds. War is expensive, and if we hold back here on the home front, we'll needlessly prolong the war, thus throwing away thousands of American lives. Are dollars for fun more precious than the lives of American fighting men, of your fighting man? You know they're not. And remember, friends, the quicker the victory, the fewer lives lost. And if we want victory sooner, every American of us must do more. So go to your nearest bank or post office, wherever war bonds are sold in your town, and put every cent you don't really need into bonds. Do it for your own sake and for the sake of our fighting men. They give their lives. We must lend our money.
At this point in my report, I say only that it began to rain, a terrible rain. And we stood there in the rain. The people all round the scaffold, my soldiers, and on the platform the hangman and I, and the woman. All the same.
You hang for vengeance, don't you, Nazi? One German soldier shot at by a French woman who had the blessed right to kill him. And you think you will have the vengeance with 50?
Laugh. It's always the same.
Shall I tell you about vengeance, Captain? You Germans think you know all about it. But let me tell you of the real vengeance.
At this point in my report, I will tell you of my thoughts. These women, same, was not possible. I left the scaffold and went below to where the bodies lay. With my flashlight, I looked. Broken necks. The faces quite the same. Shut off the light, I climbed back to the scaffold. I was not disturbed, because now I understood. The families of these French were large, and all these were sisters. 5 sisters. Yes, trying to frighten me. Well, that was ended with their broken necks. I ordered out the next woman for her execution. People of Renoir, there will be no further demonstrations of any sort. You will stand there in the rain until all your women criminals are dead. 5 sisters have died. And I am certain that is the end of that family. And who is this frightened one with her hands in front of her face? All right, keep them there. Corporal, get the new noose around her neck. Hang her quickly. What? Her face. Another one. Oh, you French, such families. Worthy of we Germans. But we have men, and you give birth to useless women. 6 women, and all of them born to be hanged.
Shall I tell you about vengeance, Nazi?
What?
You Germans think you know all about it. But let me tell you of the real vengeance.
Captain, the other one said those words.
Shut your mouth. You, woman, how do you know the words your sister said?
I said them.
How could you?
You think you know about vengeance, you Germans. Well, you don't. Vengeance, too, has to be based on truth. And what is your vengeance? You began a war once and lost it. To whom did you lose it? To these little people? To that little rabbi whose back you broke in a concentration camp? To that little child who suffocated under her mother's body in Poland?
At this point in my report, I state only that I made sure this one hanged until she was dead. And then I waited a little while before I ordered the next one out. The rain was very heavy. All the people stood there in the square below the scaffold, heads bowed to the rain. And in the light of the searchlights, they and the soldiers guarding them were like living dead, standing there unburied.
Captain, this one, she's the same.
What? Maya, bring her up here.
No, you hanged her and she's not dead. Not dead. Who is he? Run for your lives. Run.
Bring her up here. She is not the same. She can't be the same one. Turn the searchlights on.
The same one? Run! Stand where you are. Men open fire. Shoot them down. Sergeant Corporal, where are you running? Stand, soldiers. Do not run. I order. The lights. Why did you turn out the searchlights? Turn them on. I order you to turn them on.
My soldiers. Gone.
Are you frightened, Captain? Put the rope around my neck.
You are not sane. I saw you hang.
Put the noose around my neck.
The bodies. I can see them down there.
Hang me. You want your vengeance. 50 times the rope must stretch. 50 bodies piled like cordwood. And you call that vengeance? Shall I tell you of vengeance, Nazi? The vengeance of the people of the murdered republics. What was their crime? They wanted freedom from poverty. And your battleships stood off their shores, and your airplanes filled their skies and gave them blood to drink. Their own. The vengeance of the people of Poland. What was their crime? They wanted to live, just to live. So the treads of your tanks ground them into the dirt, and then your bombs lifted them out of the dirt. The vengeance of the people of Belgium, whose crime was that they were weary of a battle they did not quite understand because you had given them confusion. And so you stripped them of human dignity and made them slaves to live on bloody knees before the masters of your Reich. The vengeance of Holland. Oh, that will be a horrible vengeance, Nazi. For their crime was the crime of being men, of standing up and saying, this is our land and this is our freedom. Dare take them from us. So you swept over them. And when they could no longer fight, you took your vengeance by the murder of 40,000 of them. And the vengeance of Great Britain. Oh, that will be a terrible vengeance, Nazi. It will be a vengeance that will...
Oh. I will hang you. Rope around your neck. Now talk. At this point in my report, I swear by the grave of my mother I tell the truth. I hanged this woman with my own hands. I made sure that she was dead. And then I reached down and cut the rope, and I heard the body fall below in the dark. But when I got up off my knees and stood up on the scaffold again, another woman was there, and it was she.
The vengeance of Norway. Theirs, too, was the crime of free men content to live on their own land. And you put a swastika over their crosses and murdered their sons and starved their children. And the vengeance of the Balkans. So many vengeances, Nazi. Did you ever think of them? You with your little vengeances against the helpless, the women, the children. Did you ever think of this moving mountain of great vengeance that is sweeping toward you? The vengeance of the Russians, whose crime was that they wanted their own freedom, their own way, and who saw the hard work of 20 years ground under your Panzers and your Stukas. Oh, Nazi, theirs will be a terrible vengeance. Theirs will be...
And then there was another one. Another, but the same.
And the vengeance of the Americans. Their crime, that they were strong and they didn't like you and they laughed at you. And then their laughter turned to anger, and you were afraid of their anger, so you lifted another one's hand and gave them the treachery of a knife thrust in the back. And you drowned their men in the seas, and you...
I can report only what I saw. The trapdoor fell. She, too, was gone. The rope twisting and turning, and I was alone on the scaffold. Alone. I was alone. Yes, the rope twisting and turning, and I was alone. And then, who shall I swear this on? What do I believe in to swear this on? I heard footsteps coming up the steps to the scaffold, and I ran to the edge, and I looked. The lightning flashes were quick, one after the other. And by them I saw that I had hanged 8. And there were 42 left. And now they were coming up the stairs, these 42, one after the other, in a line that reached back across the square, coming to me. Who are you? What do you want? I report this. They came on the platform, one after the other. The scaffold moved under the weight of them. And then the lightning came again. And I saw all of them. She.
Poland, Belgium, Holland, Norway, Greece, Yugoslavia, Russia, Britain, America. I tell you, Nazi, no matter what the clever ones try to do at the peace tables, the people will not forget their vengeance. They will not forget their dead children and their dead wives and their dead sons and their dead mothers and their dead sisters and their dead lovers and their dead hopes and their dead wasted years. They will not stop at the borders of your Germany this time. They will march into it, into your Germany, the people. And their vengeance will be on every one of you who traded the cross for the swastika and the great God of humanity for the little man who thought he was God.
Who are you? I report only this one last thing. As I asked the words, "Who are you?" suddenly it was no longer all these women speaking with one mouth, but in the rain and the lightning, I saw them moving together, and all of them began to become one woman, a terrible thing that grew and grew into the air. I lifted my face to see. The lightning crashed about the top of her, and it was still that woman, towering higher and higher into the air. And when she spoke, her voice was the thunder.
Listen to me, Nazi. When that vengeance comes, you shall not hide behind your little man. For his crimes are his crimes, and your crimes are yours. And each must pay for his crimes.
Who are you?
For the good people of this world will not die this time in vain. This time the vengeance will be their vengeance, and the everlasting peace their peace.
Who are you? I report. I asked that, and suddenly I was lifted in the air. There was thunder and lightning around me, too, and up where I was, her voice was a whisper.
I am a French woman who stayed away from my own land too long. So long that some of my countrymen had forgotten that even the memory of me lives only where men fight for me.
Who are you? I close my report. This Frenchwoman told me her name, and she told me a place. Through the thunder crash I heard her. And then the lightning struck, and I was falling through the air. And when I awoke, it was morning, and she was not there. And the scaffold was burned to the ground, and there were no bodies, and the village square was empty. This is the end of
my report. Can you imagine such a report, mein Führer? A woman who grows into the sky. Of course, the man will be shot. Wait a minute. There seems to be an addition to the report. It says, note, the French woman said she could be found at latitude 41 degrees north and at longitude 74 degrees west. Investigation indicates this is a place in the Western Hemisphere known as Bedloes Island. Further investigation indicates that there is only one French woman on this island. She is called the Statue of Liberty?
I see what you mean, Mr. Obler. The Nazis can kill people, but they can never kill the spirit of victory.
Yes, we've seen that proved over and over again in this war. We know how men, women, and children in France and Holland and Norway and every other country that's come under the Nazi heel are fighting back in every way possible. But we know equally well that the will to win is not enough. You can't fight the Japs or the Nazis with courage alone. The only way to fight these murderers effectively is in the language of bombs and bullets. Now, we on the home front who sleep in our comfortable beds and eat good meals in spite of shortages, we're being asked only to send our money to back up those who are fighting for our freedom. Well, if a Nazi isn't outside your door waiting to take you off to a concentration camp because you pray to your God on Sunday, or if a Jap isn't waiting with an executioner's sword, stained with the blood of an American aviator to cut off your head, it's only because all over the world, men and women of courage are fighting your battle. So the next time you take out $1 and think, oh, what can I buy now? Think again. Is there anything I want more than I want a world of peace and justice and security of loved ones back home again? And then do what your heart and mind tell you must do. Put every dollar and dime you don't need for actual necessities into this fight by putting them into war bonds and stamps. This may be our last chance to buy the right to live as free men.
Thank you, Mr. Obler. Friends, the makers of ironized yeast have been very happy to dedicate tonight's program to our government's second war loan drive. And now, Mr. Obler, can you tell us a little about next week's story?
Well, before I do that, I'd like to personally thank the ironized yeast folks for giving me the opportunity of presenting this play to you tonight. A word of thanks, too, to Edgar Barrier and Mercedes McCambridge, and to Hans Conried and Lou Merrill. As to next week, well, if you've ever wished on a star, listen in. For the play has the provocative title of The Heavenly Jeep. To you lovers of the off the beat, a cordial invitation to be with us when the Heavenly Jeep takes off.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story, The Heavenly Jeep. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Down south, it's white shoe season, and even up north, you're beginning to see white shoes around town. And because of shoe rationing, lots of folks are giving their white shoes the best of care with Energine Shoe White. Energine Shoe White is made with the whitest pigment obtainable. It spreads over shoes easily and dries evenly with a real white, never a dingy off-white. So, to keep white shoes looking better longer, buy Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, Columbia brings you as a guest star Peter Lorre, one of the screen's past masters of the art of suspense. Suspense is compounded of mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure. In this series are stories calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. Tonight, for instance, Mr. Lorre plays for us a doctor, a husband, with something dark and terrible on his mind. Was it murder? And if so, can this at last be the really perfect crime? We trust that while you are wondering, we shall keep you in suspense.
For Suspense tonight, CBS presents Till Death Do Us Part by John Dixon Carr, starring Peter Lorre.
Late one night in December of 1941, a man and his wife sat beside the fire in their country cottage. This man, look at him. A professor of mathematics, stout, middle-aged, guileless as a child. In the remote corner of England where he lives with his pretty English wife, they say of him...
Jolly decent fellow, you know, for a foreigner.
Isn't he? Always a smile for everybody, and so polite. That's why it's such a shame about his wife and that young American. There hasn't been anything between them yet, I'm almost sure. But if the American stays here much longer...
I tell you.
A happy man, this Professor Kraft. His cottage in the country is rather isolated. 3 miles from the nearest house. No electricity or central heating or telephone. And on December nights like this, a great wind comes rushing off the Sussex Downs. It rattles at the windows, growls in the chimney, and makes unsteady the oil lamp on the table. Professor Irwin Kraft sits before the fire in a snug book-lined room. And across from him, sewing, sits his young wife, Cynthia. A domestic scene. A very domestic scene.
Oh, my pet, this is wonderful, isn't it? Oh, so nice and cozy. How I enjoy our little home. It's a pleasure to be indoors on a night like this, isn't it? Did my darling have a good day?
Just about as usual.
No adventures, huh?
Not exactly. I walked into the village.
Walked? Oh, I really blame myself for burying you out here. I ought to get your car.
That's not necessary, thanks.
Come now, come. Did something happen to upset my little pet today?
No.
You know, darling, I look at you and I marvel.
You marvel at what?
At a wife who can actually blush. Yes, with a skin so fair and a conscience so transparent that she can actually blush.
I wasn't blushing about...
About what?
About anything you might be thinking. It's your horrible habit of putting everybody else in the wrong.
Oh, but the neighbors don't think that about Papa Croft.
The neighbors don't have to live with you. I do.
And you mustn't scratch either. Not when we are so snug here, so cozy, and the kettle on the fire is nearly boiling, and the rum is ready, and the lemon juice, and the sugar for her medicine.
Oh, and must I drink that stuff? I don't like rum.
But you have a cold, darling.
I haven't got a cold. Really, I haven't.
Now, darling, twice today I heard you cough. You are going to take your medicine, Cynthia, and take it here and now, and not offend your clumsy old husband by refusing.
Why do you keep on treating me like a girl of 16?
I love to treat you like that, Cynthia, because I cannot fathom your thoughts. You lock up your thoughts, and that is a dangerous English habit. You see, thoughts accumulate and won't be stifled. And sooner or later, when you least expect it...
Oh, look out, the kettle's boiling over.
So it is.
Oh, and please, lift it down from there.
Of course, I apologize, my darling. There.
For a second, you know, you almost frightened me.
Huh? I frightened you?
I suppose it's foolish.
Well, here we are, my dear. Here we are. Now, see, I put 2 tumblers on the coffee table. And now, a spoon in each, so that the heat doesn't crack them.
Oh, dear, must you give me so much rum? Can't I have the small one?
But we have to cure that cold of yours, Cynthia. Now comes the lemon juice. Yes. And now comes hot water to the top. Here we are. And 2 lumps of sugar for each of us. There you are, darling. Now let's drink up, huh?
Owen.
I didn't hear anything.
I did. It
It came from that cupboard over there. It sounded like your accordion.
Oh, that's nonsense, darling. That's nonsense.
There. There it is again.
Well, that's only the wind. Or perhaps a rat that got into the cupboard.
Irwin, I'm terrified of rats. Go and kill it. Would you mind?
Oh, you really sit very heavy labors, my sweet, for one of my weight. Well, if you insist, all right. Well, I'll take a good heavy poker from the fireplace. And, of course, it means a little trip through the cupboard.
Irwin, never mind.
You haven't changed your mind, have you?
It'd probably run out across the floor. Come back.
Wouldn't run very far, I'm sure. Well, again, if you insist.
I can't think what's the matter with me tonight.
No?
No,
You're sure nothing upset you in the village today, huh?
certainly not.
How about this young American, that fledgling doctor, what's his name?
You mean Dr. Craig?
That's it, Dr. Craig. Dr. Craig. Didn't someone say he was leaving today for London and then back to the States?
I believe so. That's what Lady Randolph told me.
And you didn't say goodbye to him?
Certainly not.
Well, that wasn't kind of you, darling. That wasn't friendly. What's the matter? Don't you like my nice hot rum drink?
No. But you'll give me no peace till I do drink it.
That's right, darling. That's right. Now, take it down like a good girl. I'm keeping you company. See? Oh, how pretty she looks. With her yellow hair in the firelight. And her red mouth. And her light little hands. Very pretty. Oh, there's just one other thing, Cynthia. I gave you a letter to post this afternoon. Did you post it?
Yes.
Registered?
Yes.
And did you notice to whom the letter was addressed?
Everybody notices the address on an envelope. Mr. Hatterby at Market Shepherd.
That's right.
But I don't know who he is, if that's what you mean.
Oh, Mr. Hatterby is the coroner of this district.
The coroner?
That's right. That's right.
But is there any reason why you should be writing letters to the coroner?
Well, there will be tomorrow morning. We have been just drinking poison, my love. Why do you drop your glass on me?
I don't believe you.
No? This will interest you, Cynthia. You were a trained nurse, and weren't you, You see, the poison was aconite. Monk's shoes.
No.
Yes, homegrown in our own little garden. You know, 1/16th of a grain has been a fatal dose.
This is California. No car, not even a neighbor.
Exactly, my angel.
Take your hands off me. Let me get up.
No, my pet. In about 5 minutes, you see, the first symptoms will come on.
Symptoms?
Yes. Our throats will grow dry. Our eyesight will turn dim.
No.
And presently we'll lose the use of our limbs. Well, there are convulsions before the end, I believe, but you won't feel them.
Let me up.
If you try to hit at me, Angel, you'll upset that lamp. And, well, if you upset the lamp, this cottage would go up like tinder. We don't want to burn to death, do we?
Owen, why are you doing this? Why are you doing it?
Why? Do you think all Papa Kraft is blind, my pet? Huh? If I can't have you, Cynthia, nobody else is going to have you.
You mean Jim Craig?
So it is Jim Craig.
Oh, that was nothing. My tongue slipped.
A cynic would say, my dear, that your foot slipped. Do you think I don't know what happened the other night at the schoolhouse?
Schoolhouse?
Yes, the Market Shepherd Schoolhouse. At Lady Randolph's little concert in aid of the war relief.
Nothing happened. I swear it didn't.
No?
No.
Oh, then it was coincidence, I suppose, that you and that Dr. Craig didn't arrive until the concert was nearly over.
Yes. Yes, it was. We didn't go there together.
No?
We met in the little hall outside the auditorium. It was just as you were finishing your number on the accordion.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's so dark here I almost bumped into you. Isn't that Mrs. Kraft?
Yes. Good evening, Dr. Craig.
We seem to be late.
Very late, I'm afraid.
I was detained on a case.
I didn't feel like coming here at all.
Oh, just a moment before I open that door for you. Won't it look a little funny, our arriving here together?
Funny? Why should it?
No reason at all, only... Cynthia, listen to me.
You know, Dr. Craig, that's the first time you ever called me by my first name.
I did want to have a word with you somehow. Of course, you've heard the news.
What news?
On the radio for the past couple of days.
Oh, we're too far out to get much news, and my husband isn't interested.
He isn't interested? He isn't interested in anything but himself.
I'd rather you didn't talk that way about my husband.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you push the door open a little? Lady Randolph is saying something.
I'm sure we've all enjoyed our friend Professor Kraft's musical numbers on the accordion. And the vicar's conjuring trick. And little Miss Linshaw's spirited recitations. It only remains for me to tell you that the collection for this little entertainment will amount to this. Yes, Colonel Thompson, what is it?
Colonel Thompson's going across the platform in rather a hurry. Looks like an announcement of some kind.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention. We have just received some late news by the 9 o'clock bulletin.
I think I can guess what it is.
Following yesterday's declaration against Japan, the Congress of the United States today declared war against Germany and Italy. No applause, please. I think I can say that these things go too deep for applause. We entered a war lightly, and we have learned. But before the vicar ends this meeting, I shall ask the orchestra to play us the song numbered 83 in the book. A song we know is dear to the hearts of all Americans.
Close the door, Cynthia.
Jim, this doesn't affect you.
Naturally it does.
You won't be leaving England.
Probably in a very short time. I'll be needing doctors.
But does a formal declaration of war make any difference? What does it mean to you? What does it mean?
I can't explain it, Cynthia. It's all in that song. If they're going to need me, I'll go back.
But can't you do just as much good here in England?
I don't know. That depends on what the army says.
And doesn't anything depend on what I say?
We haven't got much time, Cynthia. That crowd will be out in a minute.
Yes.
And we won't admit it, will we?
Admit what?
Admit how we feel about each other.
I haven't said...
Nor I. I was only talking about what we were thinking.
No, we won't admit it. You say you can't explain about the war. I can't explain about this.
Don't try. It's better this way.
Owen's being very good to me. He's such a childlike person.
Yes. Everybody likes him.
Oh, he has his tempers, and he's not easy to live with sometimes, in spite of what they think. But I can't do anything to hurt him, because he'd never do anything to hurt me. Never, never, never in the world.
A very fair estimate of my character, too.
That's exactly what I said about you.
So you are in love with that fellow?
I admit it now. Yes.
Tell me, darling, do you feel anything yet?
Feel anything?
I mean, dryness? Muscular contraction of the throat?
Yes.
Oh, I thought so.
I won't die. I won't.
And how do you propose to stop yourself? Your only chance would be to reach the village infirmary. And I'll see to it that you don't get there.
But what if the poison takes you before it takes me? Then you can't stop me.
But it won't, darling.
You seem terribly sure of that.
You see, the amount I gave you, as you perhaps noticed, was more than I gave myself. I'm going to follow you, my little pet, into the dark, where there are no Dr. Jim Craigs, but not too quickly.
I shall still have most of my faculties, Cynthia, when your convulsions are already beginning. Oh.
I wonder if you will.
Why do you say that?
Your legs don't seem any too steady.
I don't know. It must be the heat of the fire, perhaps, or it's very hot in this room. Cynthia, darling, listen to me.
Yes, Irwin?
There is a copy of Taylor's Medical Jurisprudence over on the shelf there. Please get it for me.
I'm afraid you'll have to get it for yourself, my dear. That is, if you can.
I'll get it.
Mind the lamp, Irwin. We don't want the house afire, just as you said yourself.
I'll mind the lamp. Listen to me. You know, some people's systems are intolerant to poisons. They experience in minutes what ought to take hours.
Does it hurt, Irwin? Does it hurt?
Yes. But you'll find out soon enough, my pet. Because you'll never make 3 miles to the village. Never.
You think not?
I know it. And just remember, I shall be waiting.
Waiting?
Out in the dark and cold, where there is neither marriage nor giving in marriage. I'll be waiting for my little pet to come and join me. I shall be waiting.
Irwin! Oh. I hate you. I loathe you. I'm afraid of you. But I don't want you to die because of me. And yet, you are dead, Irwin. But I'm not going to join you. I've never prayed much, Irwin, but I'm praying now. Whatever comes over my wits and makes my senses weak, give me strength enough to get to the village. Just give me strength enough to get to the village.
An empty room now, except for the motionless figure by the fire. The great wind enters through an open front door and makes the lamp shake dangerously on the tables. The whole house creaks. Otherwise, it is very quiet. Suddenly, the corpse sits up. Professor Kraft looks pleased, doesn't he? Very pleased. Very alert as he moves over to a certain cupboard door.
Well, and now I think the real fun can begin. Patience, my friend, while I open the cupboard door. Well, there we are. I hope you haven't been too uncomfortable, Dr. James Craig.
I'm all right, thanks.
So you managed to get the gag out of your mouth, huh?
I managed it, yes, just now. I'm too late.
Well, you are still securely tied up, I'm glad to say. You know, you gave me several very, very unpleasant moments, young man, when you got your foot on that accordion.
Did I?
Well, Cynthia thought you were a rat and wanted me to kill you. You know, she shows very good sense sometimes.
I could hear both of you talking. Thanks very much.
Oh, of course, you could, of course. Excuse me, please. I forgot that.
Yes, and I could see you, too, through a crack in the door.
Well, you were intended to see us. But now, come on. First of all, I'll drag you out of here. Yes, now, let me take you. Here. Now we can sit down and have a nice, cozy little chat. Huh?
How much aconite did you give Cynthia?
How much? Oh, about 2 grains.
2 grains? Well, then she can't possibly...
No, she can't possibly live until morning. But she can live long enough to testify that she saw me die.
And how much poison did you take yourself?
I? None.
None at all?
No, none at all.
But you mixed those drinks out of the same materials. I saw you do it.
Well, but there wasn't any poison in the rum, young man. You see, 2 lumps of sugar steeped in aconite were dropped into Cynthia's glass. I marked them, and I didn't make a mistake. Can you see the beginnings of Papa Kraft's plan?
Why, you...
You see, Cynthia left the door open, my friend. And there is a very strong wind blowing tonight.
Well?
Just observe how it lifts the table covers, flutters the magazines, makes the lamp tremble. I shouldn't be surprised, you know, if one of those lamps blew over. A fine crash and a sheet of flame. Huh? And when they come here tomorrow morning, after Cynthia's testimony and my letter to the coroner, they'll expect to find at least a few charred bones among the ruins. And, of course, they must find some remains.
Whose remains?
Yours.
Yes, you've got me tied up pretty well, haven't you?
And now, you see... now comes the best. You were last seen going towards the railway station, to London, and then to America. Nobody will inquire after you.
Except Cynthia.
That's right, except Cynthia, who will be dead. That I waylaid you and brought you here while Cynthia was in the village will not be known to our good coroner, and I shall disappear. What do you think of it, young man, huh? I think it's rather good, huh?
You're going to let me burn to death?
Yes, and I shall enjoy the necessity. By the way, too bad you missed my performance at Lady Randall's concert. It was very nice. But then I think you were otherwise occupied.
You could call it that?
Occupied, I think, in making love to my wife. You hurt my vanity, young man, and you are going to suffer for it.
I never made love to your wife.
No?
No. But I don't suppose you could possibly believe that.
Are you already begging for mercy? Now, come on. Are you begging for mercy?
No, I think not.
Dr. Craig, I don't like the way you're taking this. I really don't.
Don't you?
No. You ought to be afraid. All decent men should be afraid. And no man is heroic when he sees death coming. But you're as white as a plate. Can't take your eyes off me. And seem to be expecting something.
Maybe I am expecting something.
You are? Well, I think I can persuade you to tell me what's on your mind, my friend. If I use the poker out of the fire, huh? You see, I'm a mathematician. I leave nothing to chance.
Do you hear that, Professor Kraft? A car has stopped out in front.
Well, they won't come in here.
But of course they will. It's probably the Home Guard. Look, you fool, you've left the front door standing wide open in a blackout.
Don't be childish. Do you think to upset me with that?
Something's upset you. Take a look at yourself in the mirror.
Huh? Nothing can upset my plans now. Everything is ready. My clothes and my money are in a stable. This place, this pretty little cottage, will be a furnace. All I have to do is pick up that lamp, you see, like this, and something is wrong with me.
You're not acting this time, are you? You're not pretending now.
You swine! What have you done to me?
I have done nothing.
You have done something to me. I can feel it. There is sweat all over me. My throat's choking.
Through the gate and up the path.
That sounded like my wife's voice.
It was Cynthia's voice.
What is wrong with you? A person would think you were drunk. I'm sorry, Lady Randall, stopping me in the road and asking to be taken to the infirmary at 80 miles an hour. And then finding there was nothing wrong with you.
Oh, but it can't be. It isn't possible.
Oh, but it is. You see, your plans didn't include the fact that Cynthia doesn't like rum. Remember, you poured a very large drink for her and a small one for yourself. And you filled both glasses with hot water. Oh, remember when she got you to leave her, come over to this cupboard? She changed the glasses then. You're the one who swallowed the poison, 2 grains of aconite.
No. Help me. Please. Help me.
Nothing on earth can save you.
Help me, please. In the name of... Please. Please help me.
Nothing on earth can save you.
Please. No. You won't. Then I'll show you. I'll take you with me. I'll take everybody with me.
Where are you going?
I'll get that lamp. I'll take you with me.
Why, look at you. You can't even see. You're blind. You're staggering straight into that cupboard.
I'll take you. I'll take you with me. I'll take you.
Jim, what are you doing here?
Come in, Cynthia. Come in and take a look at the man who died twice.
And so ends Till Death Do Us Part, starring Peter Lorre. Tonight's story of Suspense. Columbia presents these tales of mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure for your relaxation and enjoyment. Next Tuesday, there'll be another in this series. Same hour, 9:30 Eastern Wartime. Mr. Lorre was starred as Professor Kraft. He was supported by Alice Frost as Cynthia, David Gothard as Dr. Craig, and Mercedes McCambridge as Lady Randolph. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond. The Mutual Broadcasting System brings you another exciting detective adventure with Bulldog Drummond, starring Ned Weaver. Champion of justice, amateur detective, celebrated soldier of fortune of screen and radio, Bulldog Drummond comes to you every week at this same time with more of his baffling and intriguing mysteries. For adventure and excitement, keep this rendezvous with Bulldog Drummond every week. And now, to tell us of his latest adventure, here is Bulldog Drummond.
When you're in my type of business, you must reconcile yourself to one thing: unpopularity. The people on the other side of the fence avoid you like the plague. For example, last Friday, Denny and I dropped into Larry's for a late evening snack. Larry's is one of those intimate little spots on West 47th Street with the usual assortment of cartoon caricatures on the walls and the usual assortment of shady characters at the table. The place was crowded, but the cheering section was conspicuously silent as Denny and I squeezed our way toward a booth in the rear.
Oh, look, sir, that booth isn't vacant after all. Someone's sitting there.
So I see. Roxy Hagan.
Hagan? friend of yours, Captain Drummond?
Not exactly a friend, Denny. A professional acquaintance, you might say. Roxy and I both deal in crime, but from opposite approaches. You can easily size up our relationship by the unwelcome glance he's giving me.
But look, sir, he's leaving the booth.
Well, come on, let's get it before someone else does.
Right. This is a bit of luck, and I'm famished.
And I wonder why Roxy left so hurriedly.
Well, obviously he was finished.
No, on the contrary. Look here, his glass. He hasn't touched his drink.
Oh.
You know, Denny, I think I frightened Roxy off.
Well, that's one way of getting a seat in a crowded restaurant, eh, sir? Oh, here's the menu.
I see you didn't touch your drink.
What's that?
I said I see you didn't touch your drink.
What business is that of yours? And if you must know, that drink...
Who's he?
Oh, Denny?
You were supposed to be alone.
He's usually with me.
Well, if you say he's all right.
He's all right.
Move over, you.
Now, look here,
I said over.
But I...
Over, Denny?
Yes, sir.
Let's get down to business.
A good idea.
I got it with me.
You see, Denny, he's got it with him.
Oh, he has? Oh, that's fine. Hey, what am I talking about?
What's the matter with him?
He's the confused type.
Well, tell him to shut up.
Well, of all
Shut up, Denny.
Yes, sir.
Now, here's your ticket. You hold it until I tell you where and when to deliver. Is that clear?
Quite clear.
All right. Now, your telephone number.
Elwood 8 9970.
Elwood 8 9970. Here's the envelope. Al said that was the deal.
If Al said that's what it was, that's what it is.
Now, wait for my call.
I'll be waiting.
You'll be hearing from me.
Well, sir, would you mind telling me what this was all about?
Denny, I wish I knew.
Huh? You don't know the man?
Never saw him before in my life.
But he gave you that ticket.
Yes, I'm afraid it's a case of mistaken identity.
Oh? What kind of a ticket is it?
Obviously, it's a parcel claim check of some sort. And he wants to ensure its safekeeping.
Well, what are we going to do about it?
We're going home and wait for our mysterious visitor's call.
Oh, but how do you know he'll call?
Oh, there's no doubt about that. He'll call, all right.
What makes you so sure?
Because, Denny, he's made a sizable investment in us.
In us?
Look for yourself in this envelope. There's a $1,000 bill.
You know, sir, it just occurred to me.
What, Denny?
Roxy Hagen. You said yourself we frightened him off at Larry's tonight. That claim check and the $1,000 bill were meant for him.
Undoubtedly.
Well, then why not look up Roxy and get to the bottom of this?
Because, Denny, I've an idea that Roxy will look us up in short order. We'll just sit and wait for developments. In this instance, we'll let the case come to us. Don't forget, we're holding the trump card. And it looks as if someone is about to make a bid. Hello?
Hello, Elwood 89970.
Yes?
I'm calling about Steve.
Steve?
Yes, Steve Mantell, the man you met at Larry's.
Oh, yes.
Well, this is very important. He wants me to bring you to him.
And who are you?
I'm Rita Miller. I'm Steve's fiancée.
Very well, Miss Miller. Where shall we meet?
Well, you'd better come here to my apartment. It's 33 Grove Place, 3A. I'm afraid to leave this building.
Why? What's the matter?
A man has been following me since I left Steve. And for the past hour, he's been watching my apartment from the street.
Now, Miss Miller, about this man who's been following you.
He's still down there. Look for yourself.
Denny, the window.
Yes, sir.
Miss Miller, suppose you enlighten me about the parcel claim check.
Claim check? What claim check?
The one I'm holding for Steve Mantell.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Captain Drummond,
Yes, Denny?
there is a man standing across the street.
I told you, he's the one.
There's nothing unusual about a man standing on a street corner, is there, sir?
Not necessarily.
He's wearing a tan hat and a brown coat.
Huh?
And he's carrying a black bag.
Well, Denny?
That's correct, sir. He's holding a black bag, all right.
Well, now do you believe me?
Who is he?
I don't know. Oh, please, Captain Drummond, Steve asked me to bring you to him as soon as possible, and he said to make sure that I'm not followed. But how will I get out of here?
Well, now, let's see. Denny.
Yes, sir?
Stand next to Miss Miller a moment, will you? Mm-hmm. That should do it.
Do what?
Go in the other room, Denny.
The other room? Why, sir?
To undress.
What?
Miss Miller is leaving this building with me, disguised as you.
But, sir...
Now, do as I tell you, Denny.
Very well, but really, sir, the things I go through for you.
Poor Denny. Well, anyway, Miss Miller, it worked. We're not being followed.
Thank heaven. Now I can take this derby off.
Better leave it on, just in case.
Oh.
Which way?
It's Elm Street, 347. It's only a few blocks from here.
Miss Miller, what sort of business is your fiancé in?
Steve, he's a laboratory technician.
Where?
Well, he just came in from Chicago the day before yesterday. He finished an assignment there.
I see. Chicago.
Uh-huh. After we're married, we expect to go back to Chicago. As soon as Steve completes some work here.
What kind of work?
Well, I don't know, really. Steve just said it was very important to him.
And profitable?
What do you mean by that?
Nothing.
Captain Drummond, you've got to tell me what it's all about.
Frankly, Miss Miller, I'm as much in the dark as you are. But I'm sure Steve Mantell can enlighten the both of us. What number did you say?
347. It's that brownstone next to the apartment house there. This is it. There. All right. Just down these stairs. He has the basement apartment. Here you are. See, that's strange.
What is?
The lights are out. He said he'd be waiting. You wouldn't have gone to bed.
I'll ring again.
Steve? Steve? Captain Drummond, maybe something's happened to him.
Yeah.
Steve, I just...
Yeah, what is it?
Captain Drummond, this isn't Steve.
Hey, what do you two want?
We're looking for Steve Mantell.
You got the wrong place. You don't live here.
This is Steve's apartment.
What do you two think you're doing? You getting me out of bed in the middle of the night to play games?
Steve lives here. I saw him here only a few hours ago.
That dang crazy.
Believe me, Captain Drummond, that's the truth.
Look at the kid up on her. Don't you know, Curly, you can get picked up for imitating a man?
Now, just a moment.
Now, listen, you two. You ring that bell again and I call the cops. Now, go on, beat it.
Oh,
Well, Miss Miller?
Oh, Captain Drummond, this is a trick of some kind. Steve was here a few hours ago. This is his place. Believe me, it is. I know, the mailbox. That's it. The mailbox over there. Steve's name is on it. Look, you.
Evidently, there must be some mistake, Miss Miller. The name on this card is James Burton. Now, try to get some rest, Miss Miller.
But where can Steve be?
That's what we're going to try to find out. Denny?
Yes, I'm ready, sir.
All right. Let's get started. I'll call you, Miss Miller, just as soon as I have a lead. Come on, Denny. What about the man with the black bag who was keeping a watch in this building?
Oh, he left a few moments after you departed with Miss Miller. By the way, sir, where are you going to start to look for Steve Mantell?
At 347 Elm Street.
But you said it looked as if Mantell didn't live there.
It only looked that way, Denny.
Oh, what do you mean?
The man in pajamas who answered the door.
What about him?
He said we awakened him. I looked him over quite carefully.
And?
Well, it isn't customary, Denny, for a man who wears pajamas to sleep with socks and shoes on.
No answer, sir. Try it again.
No, we'll use the skeleton.
But what if it's inside?
We'll take that chance. Ah, there it is. See if you can find the light switch.
Yes. Oh, I have it, sir.
Well.
My word, what a mess. Looks as if a cyclone hit the place.
See what's in the next room, Denny.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Denny.
Yes?
Never mind that next room.
Did you find something?
Yes, what we came for. Behind this couch. There he is, Steve Mantell.
Dead?
Yes, Denny. Very dead. Our story continues in just a moment. Political quacks and adventurers belonging to the lunatic fringe of American life seek to gain adherents and make easy money for themselves by diverting citizens from their real problems and attacking some racial or religious group as being at the bottom of the shortages, the strikes, or the rising prices. People who, out of indifference to American principles of racial and religious freedom and undecided about prejudice, or who might support hate campaigns against Protestants or Jews, Catholics or Negroes, are potential confederates or dupes of such subversive forces. Don't be fooled. Don't be misled. Be a real American. And now, back to our Bulldog Drummond adventure.
Oh, I've searched everywhere, sir. I've found nothing. Anything in his pockets?
Empty, every one of them.
Whoever killed Steve Mantell certainly went over this apartment with a fine-tooth comb.
But they overlooked one thing, Denny.
Yes, what's that?
This label on the inside of his coat pocket. Here, look.
Baum Brothers, Silvers, Chicago, Illinois, November 16th, 1946.
And the name of the wearer here.
Edward Torrey. Edward Torrey? But his name is Steve Mantell.
Evidently not in Chicago.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean that Steve Mantell found it convenient to use two names. Well, come on, there's nothing more we can do here. First, we're stopping off the nearest telegraph office to send a wire to Chicago.
To whom in Chicago?
The police. I have an idea they'll be able to supply me with an account of the activities of one Edward Torrey, alias Steve Mantell. And then, Denny, from the telegraph office, we're going straight home.
But why home?
Oh, just to see which way the wind's been blowing there.
Good heavens, sir. Look at our place.
As you said about Steve Mantell's apartment, it looks as if a cyclone had hit it. Probably the same one.
Oh. Oh, so that's what you meant about coming home to see which way the wind was blowing.
That's what I meant.
Then you expected to find our apartment this way.
I did, Denny. Someone had an idea that the claim check would be here.
Foxy Hagen. He's the one, sir. He knew Mantell gave you the ticket. You yourself said he would look us up. He was here, and he killed Mantell.
I don't doubt that Roxy was here, Denny, but as for Mantell's murderer, I'd elect the man in the pajamas as the most likely suspect.
Just the same, sir. I think it's about time we had Roxy taken in by the police.
Not at all. Roxy will be of much more value to us on the loose, at least for the time being. At present, my main concern is the claim check.
Whatever parcel it's redeemable for must certainly be of great value.
It certainly must. Mantell gave us a $1,000 bill to guarantee the check's safekeeping. He saved the check, but not himself. There's no mistake he was murdered because of it.
Yes, and our place here turned topsy-turvy in the search for it. Well, anyway, there's comfort in knowing that you have it with you. Now we can find out what makes it so valuable.
I haven't it with me, Denny.
What? You left it here?
No, I mailed it.
Mailed it?
While you were waiting outside the telegraph office. It'll arrive here safe and sound in the first mail tomorrow morning.
No, I can't believe it. Steve isn't dead.
Yes, Miss Miller, Steve Mantell was murdered.
Why? Steve never did anything wrong to anybody. Why would anybody want to kill him?
Miss Miller, I've an idea that Steve Mantell wasn't everything you thought he was.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure, but I should know by morning.
What are you talking about?
I expect a wire from the Chicago police in answer to an inquiry of mine concerning Steve Mantell. And, in addition, an important envelope will arrive by the first mail.
No, Captain Drummond, you're wrong. I know you're wrong. Steve wouldn't...
Captain Drummond.
Yes, Denny?
The man with the black bag. I just saw him from the window. Got out of an auto downstairs. He's standing on the corner again.
All right. Miss Miller.
Yes.
I want you to remain here in your apartment. I'll call you in the morning. Come along, Denny. It's about time we had a talk with that man with the black bag.
Yes, there he is, sir. Standing near the street lamp.
Stay in the shadows along the building. Have your revolver ready.
It's ready right now, sir. Look, he's walking away.
He must have seen us coming. Hurry.
But he's walking faster. He's making for his car.
Quickly, before... Down, Denny. Crawl over behind those stairs. Man with the bag. Look at it, Denny.
Why, he's falling over.
Come on. Come on. Those shots were meant for him, not us.
Well, sir?
He's dead. Get that black bag. It's over near the curb there.
You're right. Yes, here it is, sir.
Now Look at this. His identification card.
Robert Matthews, Benson Investigation Bureau, Chicago, Illinois. Private detective.
Now let me see the bag.
Yes, here you are, sir. An odd-looking box, those dials. It looks like some sort of a radio, a shortwave set of some kind.
It picks up waves, Denny, but not sound waves.
Yes, but what kind is it?
A Geiger counter. It's used to detect and measure the presence of radioactivity in the atmosphere.
Oh, yes, I remember now. The atomic bomb. I remember seeing it in the newsreels. It was used in the atomic bomb test.
That's right.
Oh, sir, the atomic bomb. The possible claim check. Must be for a package that contains an atomic bomb.
Denny.
Heavens, sir, here we are.
Easy, Denny. I'm sure an atomic bomb isn't involved in this. And rest assured the city's peace will be undisturbed. As for us, we'll just have to wait for the claim check in the mail. In the meantime, let's hope nothing blows up in our faces.
Yeah, of all the mornings for the mail to be late, this above all days.
Don't worry, Denny. It'll be along any minute.
Yes, hello.
Captain Q. Drummond.
Who's calling?
This is Western Union, a telegram from Chicago for Captain Drummond.
Oh, just a moment. Captain Drummond, the wire from Chicago is here.
Oh, Captain Drummond speaking.
A wire from Police Headquarters, Chicago.
Yes, go ahead, read it.
Regarding your inquiry concerning Edward Torrey. Subject is wanted for questioning in connection with theft of $100,000 worth of radium from Chicago office of Crystal Laboratory. Case in addition to police in hands of Benson Investigation Bureau. Signed, Inspector C.F. Bradley.
Thank you very much. Well, Denny, you can rest easier. It's definitely not an atomic bomb. Radium.
Radium?
$100,000 worth, to be exact, stolen from a laboratory in Chicago. The pieces begin to fit together. Robert Matthews of the Benson Investigation Bureau was trying to track down that stolen radium. That's why he was killed.
Mantell stole the radium?
Mantell, under the name of Edward Torrey.
But, why was Matthews carrying the Geiger counter?
Well, Denny, radium, too, sends off radioactive elements.
That must be the mail.
I'll get it. Yes?
Hello, Drummond.
Well, the gentleman of the pajamas. I hardly recognized you without your nocturnal get-up.
Yeah. But you recognize this, don't you?
Offhand, I'd say that's a revolver.
You win the $64.
Captain Drummond, did the envelope come out? Oh, dear.
All right. Back up, both of you.
We have a visitor, Denny.
Not for long. Oh, by the way, Drummond, the mailman won't be here this morning. Your mail was picked up for you.
Don't you know it's impolite to read other people's mail?
Funny man.
It's also illegal.
You too, huh? Turn around, funny man. I said around. This ain't a dime store toy. Now around. Face that wall, that's it. Both you funny men cracked your last joke.
Oh! Captain Drummond.
Yes, Denny.
You all right?
So far. Denny, look behind us.
Why, it's he.
Yes. And as dead as he would have had us.
But where did the shot come from?
There's no time to investigate now. Get the Geiger counter and hurry.
Yes, sir.
We're going radium hunting.
But where are we going to look? We don't have the claim check.
I remember the number. It was 862.
Oh, but what good's the number? We don't even know where the parcel is stored.
Denny, if you came from Chicago by train and you wanted to check a parcel immediately upon arrival, where would you do it?
Why, at Grand Central Station, of course.
That's where we begin. Grand Central Station. We'll enter the station from the West Plaza, Denny. That's nearest the parcel checking room.
Yes, sir. Oh, what's that?
The Geiger counter. Listen to it.
Oh, it's ticking faster.
The nearer we get to the station, the more active it becomes. The radium must be in the parcel room.
Parcel 862, you say?
That's right, 862. I want to see it immediately.
All right, 862 was checked out just a few minutes ago.
All right, get going, Denny. The package was picked up just before I got there.
Yeah, right, sir. Sir, I thought something was strange. Just as you went into the station, the counter trailed off and then stopped completely.
Cut across town, Denny. We'll avoid the heavy traffic.
Yes, where are we going?
We're paying a long-delayed call on Roxy Higgins.
But why Roxy now?
Because the parcel room attendant's description of the man who picked up the package fits Roxy to a T.
Sir, the counter's starting up. We're on the right trail again.
Yes, and we're getting nearer to Roxy's place.
Oh, this elevator is so slow we could have walked up faster.
We'll be there in a second.
Captain Drummond.
Sounded as if it came from above. This way, Denny.
Right.
Apartment 6-3. Here it is. The door's locked. Come on, we're breaking it in. Ready?
I'm ready.
It's giving. Oh, what's more?
That's it. But look, sir, the window's open. He must have gone down the fire escape.
No, Denny. Look. Over there on the floor.
Oh. It's Roxy.
Yes. It looks as if we won't have that talk with him after all.
In just a moment, we'll have the exciting climax of tonight's adventure. USO represents the three great faiths, Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish, and combines the efforts of 6 member agencies: Young Men's Christian Associations, the National Catholic Community Service, the Salvation Army, Young Women's Christian Associations, the National Jewish Welfare Board, the National Travelers Aid Association. USO is the voluntary expression of the American people's desire to stand beside the GI, as shown by the remarkable record of 1.5 billion services by 1.5 million volunteers. USO's task in 1947 is part of the unfinished task of winning the war, of safeguarding the fruits of victory so that peace can be made secure. They still need USO, and USO is you. And now, back to the exciting climax of our story.
Why, Captain Drummond.
Priscilla?
Come in.
Go ahead, Denny. We were going to call on you sooner, but we were busy clearing up the case.
You mean you found out who killed Steve?
Well, let's say we found out who was responsible for his death.
But you, Miss Miller, can undoubtedly tell us who the actual murderer was.
What? What are you talking about?
Was it Roxy?
Roxy?
Or was it the gentleman of the pajamas?
What are
Or did you do that one yourself?
Captain Drummond, I demand to know what you mean.
Rather a good actress, too, in addition to her other talents, huh, Denny?
Oh, I don't know, sir. I would say her performance was a bit too studied, deliberate.
I don't know what you two are driving at, or what ideas you have, but I'm sure that the police will settle this.
You know, Miss Miller, I thought the same thing. That's why I took the liberty of calling them. They should arrive shortly. But in the meantime, you might turn the radium over to us.
Radium?
Yes, I'd feel much better if it were in our hands.
Radium?
Denny, you might demonstrate our little gadget.
With pleasure, sir.
Now, Miss Miller, here's the little item that no household should be without, especially if a radium thief should be lurking about. All right, Denny, switch it on. Interesting item, isn't it, Miss Miller? No? That's enough, Denny.
Well, what have you proven, Captain Drummond?
Oh, now, really, Miss Miller, for a person with such a keen interest in radium, I'm surprised at your ignorance concerning our little telltale mechanism. By elimination, it led us directly here to the radium and to you. And, speaking of elimination, you appear to excel at it, too.
Yes?
Yes. Please stop me if I'm incorrect. You had a neat plan worked out. You put a scare into your fiancé to get the claim check out of his hands. Steve Mantell was murdered. You led to his apartment on a ruse while you had Roxy go through my place for the claim check. When I dropped the hint to you that I was expecting an important envelope in the mail, you realized it was really time to get down to business. The man with the black bag was getting too close for comfort. So, you had him written off. And then I imagine you played off Roxy and your other cohort against each other. even a two-way split between you and Roxy was unsatisfactory. So Roxy had to go. And that left just you and $100,000 worth of radio. Am I wrong?
Well, I would take Miss Miller's silence to mean that you're quite correct, sir.
Yes, Denny. Miss Miller had a good plan, but it didn't work. And if Miss Miller thinks her plan was good, wait until she hears the one the state will have laid out for her. And in cases like hers, the state's plans always work.
Bulldog Drummond will return in just a moment to tell us about next week's story. Let's hold down traffic deaths and injuries. Death on our highways is increasing. Traffic accidents have been mounting since the end of the war. Smash-ups have reached more than once a minute, all day, every day in the year. But the encouraging thing is that accident prevention education has actually succeeded in holding down accidents below the level of 1941, the last 3-4 years. The job can be done. Lives can be saved. And now, here is Bulldog Drummond to tell us about next week's story.
Next week's story has many curious features. Among them, a lake that climbs a mountain simply because it's bored, and a scheme devised by a blonde Miss Baker, which would have failed if it had succeeded, and only succeeded when finally it failed. Miss Baker had to be destroyed, of course, but I'm sure she didn't mind. And anyhow, as Denny puts it, what else could she have expected when she had no murder to guide her? Be sure to listen, won't you?
And so, into the night walks Bulldog Drummond, seeking new adventure and excitement. Join us next week at the same time when we'll bring you Bulldog Drummond, starring Ned Weaver, in another thrilling story. Tonight's adventure was written by Edward J. Adamson. Arthur Van Horn speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
Tonight, Miss Mercedes McCambridge as Kitty Foyle from Studio One at CBS.
You haven't much respect for me, have you, Kitty?
Of course I have, Win. Love and respect and wonder and joy and heartache. But that doesn't make it right. No, my darling. The world is your oyster and my clamshell. And you can't ever make them fit.
With a moment from Kitty Foyle by Christopher Morley, we invite you to Studio One, a full hour of dramatic entertainment from the pages of the world's great storytellers. Stories known and loved by millions. And now, to introduce tonight's great story, here is the director of Studio One, Fletcher Markle.
Miss Kitty Foyle is one of the great women of our time. Not because she is so rare, but because there are so many of her. Half a dozen years ago, when Christopher Morley's Natural History of Kitty Foyle was a bestseller, the white-collar girl received her official and affectionate title, and she hasn't changed since. She is as American as Dick Tracy in drive-ins and the World Series. Our own Kitty in tonight's story is in her mid-20s, Irish, independent, and consistently feminine. She was born and raised in Philadelphia, but a lot of things that happened to her could happen in your town, too. Nearly everyone runs into trouble with some kind of social tradition, because after all, any town bigger than a whistle stop lives on both sides of the tracks. Tonight, in Margaret LeWorth's version for listening of Kitty Foyle, you'll be hearing Mercedes McCambridge as Kitty, with John McGovern as Pop and Elspeth Eric as Molly, and I'm going to join them at the microphone to play Win Strafford.
People sometimes smile at Philadelphia, but almost every house in Philly has a backyard of its own, no matter how small. And that's a good thing, as Pop used to say. When you come right down to it, you can slice Philly like an orange. One half curves around to the main line,
where about 8 generations of Americans have made their fancy homes and followed their hounds and hung crazy portraits of ancestors with blue blood. The other half of Philly curves toward Frankfurt, where first-generation Americans hang their wash and prop their fences and board the trolley to earn their daily bread. After Mother died, we lived on Griscom Street in Frankfurt, in an old clapboard house with nothing special about it except what Pop called the hysteria vines, and the backyard, where Pop used to sit in his old wicker chair with the newspaper across his knees.
Kitty! Kitty!
Mr. Foyle, what y'all want with Kitty now?
I want her down here, Merton. I want her to do something for me.
You wouldn't want her to be making a trip to the clothes hamper for you, would you?
I'll blink it, Myrtle. I'm paying you to wash my
now,
shirt.
Mr. Foyle, the bottle ain't in the clothes hamper.
Myrtle, did you take that...
Mr. Foyle, I was aiming to do what the doctor fella said. And he said you wanted to have 1 drop before noon.
Gee, Horsefat.
And don't go bothering Kitty. She's upstairs practicing her typewriting like she oughta. She gets little enough time.
She's my daughter, isn't she?
Mr. Foyle, that ain't her fault.
Myrtle, Well, maybe you're right. You know, every day I see more of her mother in him. Yeah. The same way of holding her head and laughing out real honest. Yet sometimes I see something else in her. Something different. I can't explain. A kind of a warmth. A warmth way down deep inside. Say, I could use some of that warmth myself. Kitty!
That's the end of the paper, Pop. Anything else you want me to read?
You haven't read the paper if you haven't read the cricket score.
Marion, 268 for 7, Germantown, 174, all out.
God blink it. They shouldn't have lost. That's Cadwallader. I told him 20 years ago to take a slower swing.
Pop, just between us, do you think those mainliners ever paid any attention to what you said?
If they wanted to win a cricket match, they did. Or are you trying to tell me that just because I was a night watchman...
What's that got to do with it? Pop, you're a cantankerous old bear. Best cricket batsman in or out of Philadelphia, and I love you. But I don't believe you or anybody else could tell a mainliner anything. They've been telling everybody else for too long. Now what can I do for you?
You're a good girl, Kitty. It can't be much fun for you staying home and nursing an old man.
Where else would I be?
Out at Prairie College, where you were set to go till I took down.
Pop, I'd go crazy at Prairie College, and you know it.
You really like it better sitting up in that room, pecking at a typewriter?
Well, at least it's going to get me a job. Education's like the open-air trolley, Pop. Wonderful if you got the time.
Maybe, Kitty. I didn't do very well by your mom. I'd like to think things are going to be better for you.
Mom was happy, wasn't she?
Yes, I think she was.
Well, you worry about your rheumatism, Pop. I'm off to business school to make us rich.
I beg your pardon.
What? Are you speaking to me?
Yes, I just wanted a direction.
Sure. What is it?
I'm looking for number 17.
17? Who do you want in number 17?
Oh, Mr. Michael J. Foyle. Do you know him?
Yeah, I know him. He sees my... What do you want to see him for?
Information, primarily. Maybe I better introduce myself. My name is Winwood Strafford.
Winwood Strafford?
I don't believe we've met.
Oh, I'm sure we haven't. But I guess everybody around Philadelphia, that is on the other side, knows Winwood Strafford. What is it, 5th?
That's my father. I'm 6.
Oh, I'm no good at figures. What do you want to see Pop for?
Oh, are you his daughter?
I would let that out.
They didn't tell me about you.
Who didn't tell you?
Well, you see, I'm getting together a book on cricket, and I was told your father...
Oh.
Well, he doesn't mind talking to people, does he?
No, he doesn't mind.
Do you?
Well, I have nothing to do with this. It's all Pop. And he isn't well now. He gave all the time he could spare to cricket, helping a lot of fancy players, and he never got any thanks for it. That was a long time ago, and now I don't want to see him bothered.
Well, I won't bother him, I promise you. Maybe if you were there...
Pop doesn't need any help.
I wasn't thinking of your father.
I don't think you need any help either.
What's your name?
You need that for your cricket book?
Well, that wasn't where I intended to use it.
I'm sorry. I get used to talking back. It's the Irish in me.
I like it.
I'm glad somebody does. I don't. The house is a half block down, right side of the street.
I still don't know your name.
Kitty Foyle. The first.
Well, I don't know how you can be so calm, Kitty. If Winwood Stratford 6 was at my house, I wouldn't go to school.
What would you do, sit home and look at him?
Is he as handsome as his pictures in the paper?
No, he isn't. His nose has a bend in it.
You did look at him.
Well, you can't help noticing things.
Oh, gee.
Molly Pop's on cricket terms with half the main line. That's what puts me up. After they pull up the wickets, they don't know.
What'd he wear?
Who?
Winwood Stratford 6.
Oh, for Pete's sake, I don't know. Yes, I do. Tweeds and maroon wool socks.
Maroon wool socks.
Oh, come on, let's get a soda. You're getting on my nerves.
I bet you anything he comes to your house again.
Why would he do that?
I just bet.
Molly, you're dizzy. Let him come all he wants to. But if he does, he won't find K. Foyle on the premises. Oh. Hello.
May I come in?
Sure.
I'm a little early this time.
That's all right. Pop's in the front room.
I know, but Kitty's on the porch.
Well, that's silly.
You know, I didn't know cricket history could be so much fun. You were awfully kind, typing up the notes, bringing us iced tea.
It's what I'd do for any of Pop's friends.
Oh, where did you learn that speech?
Frankfurt Grammar School, PS3.
Kitty, who are you talking to?
Mr. Stratford's here, Pop.
Kitty.
Well, bring him in.
Kitty, I've got my car out there. Afterwards, would you go for a little drive?
Oh, I can't.
I'd like to talk to you.
I've got some typing to do.
On Saturday?
Yeah.
Kitty, what are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid.
I'll drink it, Kitty. The man's not here for female chat.
Will you, Kitty?
I'll...
Settled. We'll go up to Eagle Rock. Ah, Mr. Foyle, sir, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, you're a fool, Kitty Foyle. A darn fool.
That's the third time you press that blouse over. You want to send it out to air?
No, I just can't keep my mind on it.
You're going out riding again?
Myrtle, I love you, but you ask too many questions.
Mm-hmm. And you don't answer enough.
All right, I'll answer you, Myrtle. I'm going riding or maybe walking or maybe just floating. It's a beautiful day and the snail is on the thorn and everything's right, even with Frankfurt.
That don't make sense.
Nothing makes sense, Myrtle, nothing. I'm just afraid I'll wake up and find it out.
Like it?
Oh, it's beautiful. Where are we?
My family's camp in the Poconos. It's called Arrow Lodge.
I must have read the right books. I always imagined there were places like this.
Come on. Let's get out. I want to show you the view.
I think I got all the view I can stand. This is heady stuff.
Oh, Kitty, you're wonderful. It's such fun to take you places. You're so enthusiastic.
I guess that's as good a word as any. Oh, look at those hills.
Yeah. I've always liked the autumn down here best. In fact, until now, I don't think I realized how much I did like it here.
Let's be sensible.
Why?
Because you're Winwood Stratford 6, and I'm Kitty Foyle of Griscom Street. I think the view is
Kitty,
nice.
you know, in these past 2 months, we've taken drives, danced, talked, and I don't know anything about you.
That isn't true. You know everything about me. You've been to my home. You know Pop. Bless him. And you know that every morning while you're waiting for the butler to bring you your coffee, I'm hanging on a strap on the Frankfurt trolley.
Kitty, I didn't think you'd be class conscious.
Whatever that means. Oh, I can forgive you the butler and the family silver. But I'm practical. You have to be, hiding Pop's whiskey bottle all these years.
Kitty, stop talking.
Why?
You know why. Because the family silver and the Frankfurt trolley have nothing to do with us.
Us?
Yes, you and me.
No, you shouldn't say that.
Why not?
Because it isn't fair. Because there isn't any such thing as us.
Kitty, stop pretending. You know how I felt these last few months. You could hear it in my voice. I could see it in your eyes. We haven't said, but it's right there.
You mustn't talk like this, Win.
I fell in love with you the first moment I saw you.
Win.
I didn't know there was any girl in the world like
Win,
you.
stop it. This is mad. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense.
It makes more sense than anything that's ever happened to me. Kitty, I love you.
Oh, Win.
I love you and you love me. It's true, isn't it?
I don't know.
You do know. You do love me.
Yes. Yes, heaven help me. I love you. wonderful, Win. It's a kind of miracle. All of a sudden, we've crossed over some kind of boundary line, and everything is different.
I know, darling, I know. Oh, Kitty, is it really you?
Who else could it be?
I don't mean, is it you or not a dream? I mean, is it the most you of you?
I guess it is, Win. If there's anything more me, I don't know about it.
Look at this fancy invitation card. Mr. and Mrs. Winwood Strafford V request the honor of Miss Kitty Foyle's presence. Why in thunder don't they say what they mean?
I guess they don't dare, Pop.
No, none of that, Kitty. If the mainliners want you to a party, they've got sense.
I don't want to go, Pop.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. Are you ashamed?
Of course I'm not ashamed. We're worth more than the whole main line strung together.
Then what are you talking about? You think I want this young fella coming around to see my girl and not let her meet his folks?
Pop, honestly.
Why, I taught most of them club fellas to play cricket when they were still wearing three-corner drawers.
Well, they're wearing long ones now. They're cutting coupons instead of wickets.
Kitty, if you're a daughter of mine and your mother's, you'll go where you want to, and you'll hold your head high.
Pop, you dope. It isn't me I'm thinking of.
What are you thinking of?
You know perfectly well they'll be as smooth and sweet to me as pistachio ice cream. But Win...
He looks able-bodied.
Of course he's able-bodied.
Then what in thunder are you fussing about? You'll be the belle of the ball. Same as your mother when I first took her to Donald's saloon.
Oh, Pop, I wish I had your self-confidence.
Kitty, don't you really want to go?
Yes, Pop. That's the worst of it. I want to go terribly.
Cousin Grace, what do you suppose she'll wear?
I hope something at least appropriate, my dear. Oh, I know it won't be easy for you, Veronica, but I know my son, and I know this was the best way to handle it.
I hope so.
You must trust me.
Oh, I do. And I'm not jealous. I couldn't be of a person like that. I understand her father was a night watchman.
You've behaved very wisely so far. Just have a little patience. I know Win will come to his senses, and when he does...
When he does?
My dear, after all, you're his cousin. You've grown up together. Where else would he turn? Oh, Veronica, I feel as if you were my daughter already.
Having fun, darling?
I don't know.
That's our song. Don't you remember the words we made up? Philadelphia in June. In July, August, September, October. Any time with you, Kitty.
Don't hold me so close. The dowagers are looking.
I give the orders here.
Oh, when you're crushing me.
Then let's go out on the terrace. I want to crush you. Darling Kitty, you're the most beautiful woman here tonight.
When you're sweet.
Now, don't use that maternal tone.
I can't help it. I can see who's around me, same as you. Tell me, Win, do these girls ever wear the same little $500 models a second time?
Oh, I don't know. I never look at the dresses.
You don't? What do they wear them for?
Convention?
I know, silly. But do they dress like that for each other?
I don't know what they do. There's only one girl at this ball tonight, and her name is Kitty, and I'm going to kiss her right now.
Winwood, dear.
Oh, dear. Hello, Mother.
We've been looking for you.
I guess it was my fault, Mrs. Strafford. I sort of needed the air.
Yes, it gets quite warm dancing, I imagine. I had so little time to talk with you, Miss Foyle, while I was receiving. I thought we ought to have a little visit.
I love a Pete. Not now, Mother.
When, if your mother would like to talk to me, why not now? As good a time as any.
No, it isn't. I brought Kitty out here to the hunt ball, Mother, because I wanted her to have a good time. You and the dowagers aren't going to put it through the grill tonight.
Winwood, what a thing to say.
He's just trying to be kind, Mrs. Strafford. Sure, let's have a talk.
I hardly think it will be necessary. Winwood, I hope you won't forget your cousin Veronica is expecting to dance with you. I must see to my other guests. I hope you enjoy yourself, Miss Foyle. It was pleasant to meet you.
Mother?
Win. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're sorry. You'd think 6 generations would teach them a little kindness.
I don't want kindness. Don't you see, Win?
Sure, I see. I see them all. Even Mother and that tight little shells trying to make me fit into mine. Well, they won't do it.
Win, my poor darling.
They're not going to push us around either.
They don't have to. Don't you see that, Win? They don't have to. I'm going up and powder my nose. You better dance with Cousin Veronica. Me, Pop.
Oh, yeah. Did you have a good time?
Sure.
I knew you would. I kept thinking of your mother tonight at Donna's saloon.
So was I, Pop.
Well, you know.
Yeah, a lot. Pop?
Yeah?
Are you too much asleep to tell me something?
What is it?
Could you do without me for a little while?
Do without you? Jehoshaphat. Why?
I want to go away for a few days.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
I guess I saw it coming.
I didn't. If I was you, Pop, a drink would fix me. A woman? She either buys a new hat or gets on a train.
When are you going?
Tomorrow morning. Win, darling, I hope this letter will take some of the hurt out of my going without saying goodbye. We both know this can't work. Can't even go on. We've always known it. But it was fun for a little while to be foolish. That's over. Please don't try to write me or follow me. It would be no use. I'm going to have a little vacation. So, tally-ho. Or whatever you say when the fox is cornered. Kitty. Altoona, will you, Porter?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, just a moment.
I beg your pardon?
I beg yours. I watch you write that letter as the train rocks. You are very unhappy, aren't you?
Who, me?
It is maybe a love affair?
Well,
I don't blame you for resenting my intrusion. But sometimes women can be kind to each other. I like your face. I see you are unhappy.
Okay, I'm unhappy. I didn't realize I was spreading gloom all over the Pensy Railroad.
No one would notice, but a sympathetic woman. Give me that letter, would you?
Why?
It is a love letter saying goodbye to the beloved, yes?
Well, I ought to be sore. But I'm not. How did you know that?
One can tell. Here, I show you something.
What are you doing?
A little trick, very French. See? I put a drop of this perfume at the corner of the envelope.
Well, that's not going to help anything.
A goodbye said this way, it is never forgotten.
I don't wonder. What is that stuff?
My special brand of perfume. Olympia, I call it. It is my business. I sell it. See, already your eyes look brighter. You smile.
Everything happens to me, all right. Well, thanks. If Pop ever gets a whiff of that, the clothes hamper will have a new tenant.
The clothes hamper?
That's where Pop keeps his bottle.
Oh, I see. You are very American. I like you.
I'm Philadelphian. That's different.
Come, we have a little dinner. I tell you about my business. Are you interested in business? Maybe working?
You couldn't have picked a better victim.
Boy, please. Boy.
310, please.
Yes, Miss Foyle. Here's your key.
And remember, no messages. Please don't let them ring my phone.
Yes, ma'am. But I think I ought to tell you there's been a gentleman here asking for you.
A The gentleman?
This afternoon and this evening and...
Last night and this morning.
When?
In person.
How did you find me?
Next time you disappear, sweetheart, don't tell your best friend.
Molly?
That's right.
But you don't know her.
I do now.
I don't understand.
Well, if you'll move 6 feet from this desk so the whole hotel doesn't hear me.
Oh, Win, you've spoiled everything.
You almost did, you little idiot, when you went home the day after the hunt ball and your father wouldn't tell me.
He didn't know?
Okay, but I was nearly crazy. I went down to that secretarial school of yours and asked the class who your best friend was.
Ask the class?
Well, you may be able to resist my charms, but your teacher welcomed me like a lost inheritance. Sure, I asked them all. Molly confessed, told me you'd gone to Chicago.
Oh, Win, why did you do it? You ruined everything.
Listen, darling, that perfume you wrapped that phony little note up in had me and the beagle hounds on the trail.
Oh, well, that was a little French trick. Don't you know that?
I say it was. Whoever taught it to you knew her stuff.
Oh, Win, it's no use. We can't go on.
I love you, Kitty.
Oh, dear, the whole lobby's listening.
Heck with the lobby. I love you and you love me. Say
Win,
it. Say it. Say it.
Yes. I love you, Win. You great big blue-blooded peanut-brain darn fool. I love you.
Oh, this is more like it, dancing with you again, looking at you even in Chicago. You're beautiful, Kitty. Harrowing emotion agrees with you.
You're a hound.
Tell me about Delphine in the perfume business.
I met her on the train. We got talking. She has a business in New York. Offered me a job.
Oh, doing what?
Pushing a typewriter until I learned the cosmetic business. Then promotion.
Are you interested?
I'd be interested in polishing apples in Kenosha.
Why do you run away from it, Kitty, when it's right in front of you?
What is it?
Us.
When I told you we'd have this one evening in Chicago. But nothing's changed. Tomorrow I go back to Frankfurt, and you to cutting coupons at old St. David's.
You haven't much respect for me, have you?
Of course I have. Love and respect and wonder and joy and heartache. But that doesn't make it right. No, my darling. The world is your oyster and my clamshell. You can't ever make them fit.
Anything more?
Yeah. Let's have tonight. Drink our champagne, watch the balloons, and dance to the music. We've only a little to remember. Got a long time to do it in.
Kitty, listen.
What?
For once, I'm going to do something nobody's told me to do. For once, I'm giving the orders.
What orders?
In the first place, Delphine and her perfume business, that's out.
When I need a job.
Tomorrow, you're going shopping here in Chicago.
You're crazy.
At noon, we're taking the train to the first justice of the peace.
When? We can't.
I love you, Kitty, and I'm going to marry you now.
Yes, miss. The clerk is bringing your bag. These flowers came for you.
Flowers?
I knew you were checking out, so we didn't send them out.
Oh, yeah, well, I'll take them. I'll open them here. Oh, my.
Oh, orchids?
White orchids.
Never seen them so early in the morning.
Oh, gosh.
I hope you'll be very happy, miss.
Does it show that much?
Well, you don't look exactly like most folks I see asking for mail. And, here's a telegram came for you.
He's reminding me of the day.
That sounds extravagant.
Oh, he is. He's wonderful and extravagant, and he's... Oh.
Something the matter, miss?
Oh, no. Nothing. Have you a timetable for Philadelphia? Oh, Pop. The stroke. Pop died. Let me get there in time. When, darling, I knew it couldn't happen. There was too much happiness for two people. When?
From Studio One, you are listening to Kitty Foyle by Christopher Morley, as arranged for radio by Margaret LeWorth. Our story will resume after the customary pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is part 2 of tonight's broadcast from Studio 1, and this is Fletcher Markle again. I'd like to take about 30 seconds to tell you about our plans for the future of Studio 1. Starting next week, in addition to the celebrated novels and plays we've been offering you these past 6 months, we're going to bring you a number of celebrated performers, some of the great stars of Hollywood to join our radio cast. Next week, starring in Richard Meelan's new bestseller, Let Me Do the Talking, our visiting player is Mr. John Garfield. We hope you'll be with us. Next week and through the winter months, we want you to hear some very wonderful people and some very wonderful stories from Studio 1. And now back to Kitty Foyle, Christopher Morley's wise and tender portrait of a woman with Mercedes McCambridge as Kitty.
Fall for a guy like Win, you don't ask any questions. You try to forgive his blue blood and his family bank. You just think how the sun looks on his hair and the way his voice sounds when he says dearest. I knew how different we were. So did he. But still there I was in Chicago one morning wearing white orchids and headed for a justice of the peace. Then the wire came about Pop. There's something about Griscom Street in Philadelphia that's like a pair of bifocals. You see everything pretty straight, near or far. And Pop, even at the end, Pop told me, be yourself, Kitty. Be yourself. Well, there was a lot to do. I didn't want to think much.
I got everything packed up in the front parlor, Miss Kitty.
Heaven knows what I'll do with this stuff now it's packed. I suppose you have to go through the motions.
Mm-hmm.
Things don't mean anything when you take them out of their place.
Oh, you'll have a place of your own now, honey.
That's right.
Oh, well, say, that young man who used to come around here in that shiny automobile, don't you like him none?
I like him, Myrtle.
Oh, he was so nice at the funeral with all those flowers.
His family's got a hothouse full of them. Myrtle, give me a hand with this barrel.
All right.
Oh, who in the world?
Oh, there's a big car outside, Miss Kitty. And look through the curtains. Look who's standing at the front door.
It's Mrs. Stratford. It's Wynn's mother.
My goodness.
Oh, Myrtle. I don't like surprises like this.
Very kind of you to see me, my dear. I know the trouble you've had.
Thanks. It was kind of a shock, Pop's going like that.
Yes, Winwood told me how devoted you were to your father.
Yeah. I guess maybe you better tell me what you want of me, Mrs. Stratford.
See what Winwood means by your directness.
That's my Irish, Mrs. Stratford.
Miss Foyle, since my son returned from his quite inexplicable trip to Chicago, he's been a very unhappy boy. A mother senses these things without being told, and Winwood and I have always been very close.
I'm sure of that.
I know he's in love with you.
What makes you think that?
He told me you were almost married in Chicago.
He told you everything, didn't he?
Well, I hope so, my dear. A mother should be closer to her son than anyone else in his life.
I suppose you're right. If that's the way he wants it.
Miss Foyle, I don't think you understand me very well. I've come here to make a friend of you. I was, of course, deeply shocked when he told me you almost eloped. That is something I couldn't bear, and, well, I will be frank to say we had other plans for him. A girl he's known all his life.
Why don't you go through with them?
Because my son loves you, and I'm prepared to accept that.
I see.
That is why I've called on you personally. Winwood is unhappy, and I think the best way to handle it is to face it honestly.
No matter how bad the medicine tastes.
Miss Foyle, I'm prepared to approve of this marriage Winwood has set his heart on. Will you come out Thursday for dinner and the night? Just the family, so we may become better acquainted.
I don't know what to say.
Say what you really believe.
I don't think it's very smart. But thank you, Mrs. Strafford. I'd be delighted to come out. Thursday night.
Darling, you look beautiful.
Do I, Win? Do I?
Oh, Kitty, what's the matter? Now the things are really ironing out and the family sees it our way. You're so different.
I'm not different, Win. I try to do right. But when I left you in Chicago, I felt I was doing right. Even marrying you in Chicago would have been right. Just us. But there's something wrong about this.
Well, you got to get over that idea that we're so different.
What made you tell your mother everything?
Because I was tired of having my love for you hidden behind bushes, made cheap and secretive. I want the family on my side.
Is it so important? Which side the family's on?
Oh, yes, in a way. Habit, I suppose.
Pop always said habit was just a way of not thinking.
Now then, let's go into the music room. It's quiet there for our little talk.
Are we going to have a talk?
It seems so.
And I think you're going to like it, my dear. By the way, do you enjoy music?
Some of it. I don't understand symphony stuff. Too big.
What kind of music do you like?
I like a good orchestra. Or if I'm in the mood, a nice schmaltzy Viennese waltz.
Schmaltzy?
Kitty's the world's most beautiful dancer, Mother. I won't let her hear anything but dance music.
I'll bone up on the symphony someday, Win.
Oh, I'm glad you said that, my dear, because that's part of what we have in mind.
Mother, this is going to be fun. Can't we save the culture?
Winwood, I've approved of this marriage and Miss Foyle. Surely you can do me the courtesy of regarding my slight whims in the matter.
Oh, Win just thinks I'm afraid of culture. Pop always said it was just a different undershirt.
Oh? I thought we could plan for a wedding, say, about 2 years from the spring.
2 years?
It's not such a long time, Kitty. I've got to get down to work, learn the bank.
It doesn't seem long to you?
Why, 2 years will pass very quickly. You're very young. You're alone. I thought it would be an excellent thing if we sent you to college for a year, or perhaps a nice select finishing school.
School?
Then the second year you could travel abroad. Paris, Italy, perhaps the Riviera for the winter.
And then?
Then you'd come back. We'd make plans for a wedding. A real wedding, my dear, with all our friends.
Mother,
You know, I quite agree with Winwood. You would make a beautiful bride.
Thank you. And what would Win be doing all these 2 years?
Well, just what I told you, Kitty. Learning the bank from the ground up, getting our house built.
Our home would be built while I was away?
Oh, you'd have plenty to think about.
And the house would be built where?
Why, my dear, right here on our own land. When Winwood was 6, his father deeded him 50 acres for the day he'd be building his own home.
Since he was 6, huh?
You'd like it out here, Kitty.
And we'd want you near us.
Oh, I see.
Well, those are our plans, Miss Foyle, and I'm going to call you Kitty now. I know it's a lot to take in, but I think this represents a happy solution. You sleep on it, my dear, and then we'll talk more.
Yes, Mrs. Strafford, I'll sleep on it. Only I won't sleep.
Can you tell me the way to the station?
You go at the station at this hour in the morning, miss?
What time do you go to work?
Well, I'm working here on the hedge by 7:30.
And I'm running for the trolley then, so you see I'm not early.
I beg your pardon, miss. It's just that, well, we don't see the guests up and about here till nearly noon.
So how can I get to the station?
I'll call a car.
How far is it?
Not quite 2 miles.
I'll walk. Now, will you please tell me which way?
Miss, I really... Well, they'll be angry if I let you go off like this.
Your soul may not be free, but mine is. I'm walking because I want to, and if there's any objection, just tell them to...
Now, wait a minute.
Oh. Hello, Win.
I got down early. Waters said he saw you leave. You scared me to death. Good morning, Thompson.
Good morning, sir. I'll be getting back to Tool House. The young lady just...
That's all right, Thompson.
No, it's my fault when I practically bullied him into letting me through the gate. Now I have to hurry.
Where?
Business school. Starts at 8:45.
Kitty, what does this mean? Why are you doing this? I thought last
You thought
night...
last night I was wrapped, tied, and glued into the mold.
Darling, I knew it would sound like that to you, and I don't blame you. I've always known it was stuffy. I never realized how stuffy until last night. But what does it matter if in the end we have each other?
What does it matter when 2 years, and in the end, do we have each other?
You love me, Kitty?
Don't make it any tougher than it is.
I'll make it as tough as I can. I love you, Kitty, for the 30 millionth time. I love you, and I mean to have you. Sure, I belong to a family that's freighted down with tradition and convention and upholstery, but they've been doing things this way for 7 generations. It's as hard for them to change as it is for you to understand
That's just it. I know when I rammed into a mountain. Even the house, our home, planned since you were 6. Jehoshaphat, as Pop used to say.
Kitty, you're not going back to business school this morning. I won't let you.
You can't stop me.
Oh, listen, Kitty.
I know what your family wants to do. Fix me up and make me presentable. I don't blame them. But, my darling, I'm Kitty Foyle of the Griscom Street Foyles. The kind that gets kicks out of life but don't take to improvement. When I love you, heaven help me, I love you more than anything in the world, but this won't work. I know it won't.
Why don't you give it a chance?
All right. I'll give it a chance. But I'll do it my way. Time is nothing around here. Why should it be when you think in terms of 7 generations? So I'll go to New York, and I'll get that job in the perfume business for 6 months.
Kitty, hey, 6 months?
Yes, and if you still want all this, and me, in 6 months, come and tell me when. Come and tell me.
Kitty, it's time to go home.
Yeah. I'm just finishing this piece of coffee. How do you spell Evanes?
Evanes. Well, it's, No, I won't let you. Every night I go home to my middle-aged, dull little apartment, and I leave you working. You're young, lovely. You should be having fun.
I'm having fun.
7 o'clock at night at a typewriter?
Yep, I'm having fun learning who Kitty Foyle is.
I can tell you. Kitty Foyle is a very smart young businesswoman, and I am very glad she came to work for me. My dear, you are going far in the cosmetic business.
In 6 months?
No, not in 6 months. Why 6 months?
My private calendar. Just a joke, Delphine. No, I love your business. I'll work for it until I'm an old lady.
You'll be one very soon with these hours. Now go along. I order you to walk in the park. Tomorrow is Sunday.
Why walk in the park?
For exercise. The body balance.
What I need is what you call the head balance.
Kitty, always you joke. Here, I give you a little whiff of Olympia. That cheer you up, make you think beautiful things.
No, thanks. That perfume got me in trouble once. You keep Olympia. I'll walk in the park. Look out for the bench. Look out. Oh, you poor kid. Oh, you're cut. Here.
It hurts.
Where?
My leg.
Oh, that's where you ran into the bench. Here, I'll fix it. I'll give you a handkerchief. Do you always skate this fast in the park?
I thought I was going to miss it.
Well, I could have told you that. There. Oh, you'll be all right. Just sit still a minute.
Can I, be of any help?
Oh, this boy ran into the bench I was sitting on. He's got a rather bad cut.
Yes, I saw it happen. Here, just let me get to him.
You a cop?
Do I look like a cop, son?
Sure. A plain clothes dick.
You kids read too many comics. Let me see that bandage.
I only had a handkerchief.
Mm-hmm. Not bad.
Darn good.
Here. I'll just rewind it a little.
Oh.
There. Over. A little tighter here. Just tuck it up. Now, Sonny, you run home. Can you skate?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Let your mother wash that leg. And the next time you see a park bench, duck.
I was looking at her.
I don't blame you. So long.
So long. And thanks.
Well, that's a snappy piece of dialogue. If you don't need me anymore...
Sit down.
What?
I said, sit down.
We haven't been introduced yet.
I'm Mark Eisen. And for 3 Saturdays, I've been watching you walk in the park.
You have?
Haven't you seen me looking at you?
No.
I wasn't as conspicuous as I feared.
Talking to strangers in the park isn't exactly my dish.
Mine either. But calamity makes strange companions.
Do you always have an answer?
I've been thinking them up for the last 3 Saturdays. wondering how I'd get to meet you.
So you sent over that red-haired little demon on roller skates to mow me down.
No, but I wish I'd been bright enough to think of it.
You're a doctor, aren't you?
How did you know that?
Watching you fix the bandage, the way you gave orders.
Look, I'm not going to make any bones about it. I'm grateful as all get out to that kid for running into you. I wanted to meet you. Will you come and have some ice cream with me?
Ice cream?
There's a stand over there in the park.
Well,
Don't you like ice cream?
Oh, yeah.
Well?
All right, then. I guess it's all right.
Kitty, I see you leave now at 5:30. Maybe you have a new friend.
I met a doctor by accident in the park.
Oh, has he charm?
Well, no, I wouldn't describe him that way. He's nice to kids and to his mother. Once in a while, he likes me to have dinner with him.
I am glad. A broken heart is not good for cosmetic business.
As a matter of fact, I'd welcome a nice, clean, broken heart. This sort of dead numbness, like a toothache.
Is it still the boy in Philadelphia?
Sure. Who else? But I don't let it interfere with my work.
That is true. I had a little surprise for you.
Well, you better tell me. I don't surprise easy.
I promote you to demonstrator, the next step in learning the business. I want you to go to big cities and show our line. You like that?
Well, I like seeing the world, if you think I can do the job.
Kitty Foyle can do any job she sets out to do.
Yeah. Except take care of herself. When do I start?
Next week. Philadelphia.
Oh. Does it have to be Philadelphia?
Yes, because you know the place and the stores well.
The angle I've got on Philadelphia wouldn't help any woman look beautiful.
You do as I say, Kitty, I know you'll be a success.
Okay. On one condition.
What?
That I'm in New York a week from Thursday.
Is that so important to you?
It marks 6 months.
Kitty, you tell me a great deal, but not the whole story. 6 months and then you see this win of yours?
That's right.
You have made up your mind?
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I only know I'm not doing very well without him.
You certainly pulled him in, Kitty. Look at that crowd.
You're a lamb to help me, Molly.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it. You got the main line, too. Mrs. Rosetree, Mrs. McCaster. I can see the mink jumping from here.
Oh, you're as bad as Pop was. How do you know them all?
Reading the Sunday supplements. Kitty, don't look now, but somebody's coming you won't like.
Where?
Over to your left. Miss Veronica Perry. Isn't she second cousin?
Wins to... Oh, Lord, yes, I saw her once for a minute at the Hunt Ball. Somebody ought to get a laugh out of this. She won't know me.
Excuse me, but have you the Delphine products on sale now?
Yes.
Oh, you're the demonstrator.
That's right. The line is right here.
You know, for a minute... Yes, I think so. Haven't I seen you somewhere?
Oh, I'm sure you haven't. Unless you're in the cosmetic business.
Hardly. But you look so familiar. I really never forget faces, but I can't think.
You want to buy some creams?
Yes, but... well, it'll come to me, I'm sure. Could I ask your name?
Miss Delphine. Now, what were you interested in, miss?
Oh, something nice and refreshing. I've been outdoors so much, I feel my skin's too dry. And one needs a new look for a new season.
One certainly does. You'll probably like our special Nectar Date Cream and then the Ambrosia for Night.
I'll take them both. Now, I want to ask you about that marvelous perfume I've heard rumored.
Olympia?
Yes. I thought with my new gown at the assembly next week.
We have no Olympia in stock.
But I just saw a woman purchase a bottle.
I'm sorry.
Well, really? Are you refusing to sell me?
Is there anything else?
I'm sure I don't know why, but I think you're quite impertinent. You may cancel the order.
Who are you pushing? Hey. You don't care how you throw mainline business away, do you, Kitty?
No. No, I don't. I don't care if I lose my job. You think I'd sell that washed-out, white-faced little doll my perfume so Wynne could dance with her at the assembly and remember me? Not on your life.
Oh.
She won't get the perfume, and by Jehoshaphat, she won't get Wynne. If I wasn't sure before, I'm sure now. They can improve me, make me over anything. I'll take their terms. But I'm going to save Win from a lifetime of that. If I don't, he won't have a chance. He needs me as much as I need him. I'm going to marry him, Molly. I'm going to tell him next week.
Telegram for Miss Kitty Foyle.
That's me, right here. Oh, thanks.
Okay, no hurry.
Oh, there is, my lad. This telegram matters. Here.
Oh. Thanks.
Oh, Win.
A telegram. Well, Kitty?
He didn't forget the 6 months. It's up tomorrow. Here, read this.
Meet me tomorrow, 6 at Jonas.
That's a restaurant we went to.
Have much to tell you. Your Win.
Oh,
Kitty, I'm very happy for you. No woman should live alone.
That Delphine I've learned. The hard way.
So this is the last time I'm to see you.
That's how it is, Mark.
It was nice of you to let me call just the same. I appreciate that.
You've been very kind to me.
That's not difficult.
Not for you. You're kind to everybody.
You wouldn't have thought so if you saw me giving the devil to the interns today at the hospital.
And 5 minutes later making the kids laugh in the crippled ward.
Kitty, you romanticize my work.
No, I don't. I have a great respect for your work.
I wish it had been different, Kitty. I wish it had been more than respect. You're a woman a man would want beside him all his life. This young man is very lucky. I hope he knows his luck.
He's never known his luck, Mark, never. You wouldn't know what you were talking about.
Sounds as if he has to grow up a little.
A lot. That's where I come in. That's what they can't do for him at home. I know that now.
You love him a great deal.
A great deal.
And you'll be happy, Kitty.
Yes, Mark. I'll be happy. Good evening, Giorno.
Ah, madame. Such a nice first customer for tonight. I've not seen you for a long time.
No, Giorno, not since I was here months ago with Mr. Strafford.
And Mr. Strafford, he is coming as well?
Yes, from the Philadelphia train.
Well, then maybe I find a bottle of Cordon Rouge, which he likes so much.
Maybe, Giorno, but we'll let Mr. Strafford give his own order.
You're a very wise young lady. But you do not look the way you used to. You're thin. Your eyes, they have darkness under them.
Service stripes, Giorno. They're about to disappear.
I hope so. You're young, beautiful. I hope you will be happy. Madame, this table, your old table.
Thank you. Giorno, this is the darndest world. When you're unhappy, nobody gives a hoot. And when you're happy and don't need anybody else, everybody wants to shake your hand. Thanks anyhow.
Maybe Madame would look at the paper while she waits.
Madame might. Any paper will do. It doesn't even have to be today's. I'm not sure I'll see the words. Oh, Win. It's really us. Just as we talked and planned and knew it would be someday. If it's really us, I won't mind what your family does to me or your friends. Nobody can touch us. Nobody. We'll live our own life, just the two of us, my dearest. I love you, Win. Oh, hurry. Hurry!
Madame would like some coffee while she waits? For a cocktail?
No, thanks. I'll just read the paper. The society news, Giorno. That's my mood. The orange blossoms and the lace and what the wealth... Oh.
Something is the matter? Madame?
Oh, no.
Madame is white.
Just go away. Go away.
Madame, what is it?
Nothing, do you hear me? Nothing.
Madame, you're leaving?
Yes. Tell Mr. Strafford I have an appointment. I shouldn't have... I couldn't wait. Mr. and Mrs. Strafford Perry announced the engagement of their daughter, Veronica, to Mr. Winwood Strafford Sixth. Veronica, Winwood Strafford Sixth. Oh, Win. So that's what you had to tell me. So that's it. Not our marriage. Hers. And all the time I was thinking, Kitty Foyle and Winwood Stratford. Kitty Foyle. Kitty Foyle, the joke's on you.
Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, she is better this morning. She is still with me. I am keeping her in bed. No, I don't think you can see her. She is still upset. I don't know what happened. Oh, yes. Yes, please call again.
Good morning.
Kitty, you're up. Well, you look a little better this morning. That was your friend Mark Eisen inquiring.
He must be getting a laugh.
Why would anybody what you call get a laugh?
Because it's very funny, Delphine. Kitty making up her mind. And it's all been made up for her. Oh, what's the use to talk?
Sometimes talk helps a lot.
When there's something to do about it. How long have I been here?
Don't you know?
I remember vaguely coming home in a taxi.
You collapsed. The driver helped you in last night.
Pretty spectacle. I thought I was the Iron Woman. Well, from here on out, I am.
No, you are not. You're a tired girl. You worked too hard. This was a shock.
Then you know about Wynn's marriage.
I saw it in last night's paper after you had left. But I didn't let Dr. Eisen know what was the trouble.
Well, what difference would it make now?
Rest, Kitty. I am going to keep you here with me in my apartment. Then I'm going to send you on a vacation, and then...
And then?
Then you come back to work. And I am hiring your friend Molly. She is a bright girl.
Gee, Molly, you'll love that. Is she going to be guardian for me?
She is to cover the Philadelphia territory.
Oh, I can see why you did that. But you don't need to protect my pink feelings, Delphine. This may have knocked me out, but not for the count.
Kitty, don't pretend. You can't be hurt.
Can't I? From here on, little Kitty stands on her own feet. Nobody's ever going to catch Kitty Foyle with her defenses down again.
Big tree, but you couldn't get another thing on it.
You sure like sentiment, Molly.
Christmas Eve? Why not?
Well, now what? Shall we both sing carols? Finish the evening off with a glass of vintage milk?
Well, that's better than walking up and down like a caged cat. You're just wearing out the rug.
I suppose I am. Maybe a turn around the park would do me good.
I thought Mark was coming over.
He is.
He's a nice guy, Kitty.
I know.
Certainly been good to you the last 3 months. He's taken you everywhere.
I know that, too. Sometimes I felt like a heel going. Now he wants me to meet his mother.
You might like it.
I'm sure I would. Though I'm a little allergic to mothers.
Kitty, you're a fool. The man's mad about you.
I know. But the darndest things happen to me. I'll look at those awful loud socks he wears and suddenly see Wynn's maroon one. Molly, how much can you love anybody without really loving him?
I don't know.
Like calling someone darling or dearest. Dearest. That means a lot, doesn't it?
I never use it.
But darling. A lot of people say darling. It doesn't exactly commit you, does it?
I guess not.
He's sentimental, Mark is. He's asked me to call him some term of endearment. I thought I'd figure it out, sort of, for Christmas.
That'd be nice.
Good old Molly. Feet right on the ground. Don't pay any attention to me. I think I'll go for a walk.
You too late?
I guess I am. I'll answer.
Merry Christmas, Kitty. I know I'm early.
It's all right, Mark.
I couldn't wait.
I'm glad you came, Mark.
Are you really, Kitty?
Sure I am. I'm tickled to death. Merry Christmas. darling.
From Studio One, you have just heard Fletcher Markle's production of Kitty Foyle by Christopher Morley, another full-hour dramatic entertainment from the pages of the world's great storytellers. Tonight's script was especially prepared for this series by Margaret LeWirth, and the original musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. Now again, Mr. Markle.
Here's a brief who was who. I, producer, present the principals in our cast tonight. In the foreground,
Kitty Foyle.
Was played and very wonderfully played by Mercedes McCambridge.
Pop.
Was played by John McGovern.
Molly.
Was Elspeth Eric.
Delphine.
Was Lynn Sherman.
Mark Eisen.
Was played by Donna Pell. Miriam Wolfe played Mrs. Stratford. Gertrude Warner was Veronica, and Amanda Randolph was Myrtle. Actively assisting were Hedley Rennie, Edwin Bruce, Louis Quinn, Robert Dryden, and Ivor Francis. Wynne Stratford was played by your producer. Next week from Studio One, something new. As I mentioned, between the acts tonight, beginning next week, in addition to our radio versions of celebrated novels and plays, we're inviting a number of celebrated performers to join the Studio One cast. Our visiting star next week is Mr. John Garfield. And our story is Richard Meelan's new novel, Let Me Do the Talking. As topical as the weather and as swift and bewildering as traffic in Manhattan, Let Me Do the Talking is a bestseller about a bestseller and the whole crazy jigsaw world of the publishing business. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, until next week, and John Garfield in Let Me Do the Talking, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in Studio One.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, and a South Pacific base at Port Moresby on New Guinea, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, the Command Theater of the Air, starring Mr. Ronald Colman. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, battery electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Colman.
Thank you, and good evening. It seems only the other day that a remote pinpoint on a map in the South Pacific, known as Port Moresby, held the attention of all of us. For over the Owen Stanley Mountains, the Japanese were coming. Tonight, by means of shortwave radio, we're going 5,000 miles over war zones down to this Port Moresby. 2 American soldiers. They've been in that battle area for a long time now, and they're naturally very anxious to talk to someone from home. Our play tonight is dedicated to these boys. It's of exceptional interest, not only because of the original drama, and because the music you will hear with it is the emotional love music of Tristan and Isolde, but also because of our leading lady. As you know, in the few weeks we've been on the air, we've had many outstanding stars on this program. In the weeks to come, we'll have Miss Betty Davis, Miss Ann Baxter, and Miss Ida Lupino, to mention only a few of those you will hear. But tonight, since Arch Oboler's original play was written especially for radio, we have asked radio's most talented and versatile actress to be with us. Her name is Mercedes McCambridge. Gentlemen of the United States Armed Forces in the South Pacific, we dedicate to you a play of our time. The Women Stayed at Home.
A word first about another soldier. DeMeo used to work at the Autolite plant. He helped make many millions of 20-millimeter armor-piercing shells for anti-aircraft guns. Robert performed his task well. Because he knew success in battle depended a great deal on the quality of our equipment. He was mighty proud of the stamp so many of the cases bore, the stamp that represented his crew. And then one day, Robert went off to war and soon found himself in the middle of a Jap air raid. While he was breaking open a fresh box of ammunition, a smile crept across his face. There on the outside was the old familiar mark made by his crew. Months before, Robert was proud of his stamp, but now the Autolite markings on that case meant more to him. They meant these shells were made right. Everything about them was right. Here in the face of enemy fire, he really understood why Autolite tested and rechecked their product. Every single step of every operation. In battle, there can be no substitute for quality. Wherever our boys are fighting, they have learned such Autolite equipment. In the firing lines, as on the home front, the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. The scene, a windswept coast of Norway. It is night. For once, the sea is calm. It waits ominously upon the edge of the shore where sits a woman. She speaks, and her words lift out to the sea on the rush of the wind.
Lonely? Yes, I was lonely. And I did what I did because I can tell you. This is a quiet place. When I was very young, it was all right. I could run with the other children, and it was all right. But when I grew older, it was lonely. The sea, the wind, the gulls flying. Is that enough for a girl? Yes. I was very lonely. Father died at sea. A storm, his boat. Then Mother. For the first time, I really was alone. No, why talk of that? Tell you of Hjalmar. He came to the village a month after Mother died. He had a pack on his back and a smile that lifted the heart. I met him right where we sit.
Hello, girl.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry if I startled you.
I didn't know that.
Yes, I know. My mother used to say that of me, too. Walk like a cat on tiptoe. Why, it's a pleasant day, eh?
Yes, isn't it?
Where are you from?
That house?
Well, it's a strange, lonely place to build a house, isn't it?
Yes.
May I tell you my name? It's Hjalmar Olafsson. Would you tell me yours?
Celia.
Celia. Celia, that's a lovely name. Do you mind if I tell you that? Do you mind?
I didn't mind. I didn't mind anything he told me. The village was so happy the day we married. It's good to remember.
Celia.
Yes, darling.
I want you.
I'm yours.
Always mine. Always mine.
Always mine. He said that. Always mine. Tell me, how long is always? It's always the moment he held me and his lips were tight on mine and his arms held me and he... No. Why should I ask? I really know. Always with him was that night. Because in a few nights...
Dead. Drowned at sea. His fishing boat went under.
Do you know what that meant?
Goodbye, Hjalmar Olafsson. The Lord in his wisdom has buried you in the boundless grave of the ocean. We bow our heads and we weep our tears.
Do you know what that meant? I was alone again. Yes, alone again. But a new loneliness, a horrible loneliness. When you had nothing, all right, you know nothing. But I'd had something now.
His look, his laugh, his lips, his arms, the crush of his arms. I was alone again. A day and a night. A day and a night. One after the other. An empty day after an empty night. An empty day, an empty night. Over and over and over. And there was no end. There could be no end to it until there was an end of me. No end to it until there was an end of me. And then...
This village is now part of the greater German Reich.
I heard it from far down the village. Couldn't quite understand. The soldiers shouting.
This village is now part of the greater German Reich. England is now your enemy. England is now your enemy.
The greater German Reich? The enemy? War means something to those who have something to fight for, to live for. But when you have nothing... Empty days after empty nights. Over again. Over again. And again I began to think, no end to it until there is an end of me. Why not? Walk into the sea. Let the sea fill my emptiness, cover my loneliness. Why not? Why not? Water was dark. Deeper and deeper into it. Cold against me. Cold as the days and the nights. But this coldness would end, and with that ending put a finish to the ache in me. And then something touched me. I looked down. Foyle in the water. Hjalmar! The thought echoing in my head, and then... No, a stranger. Someone... I dragged him out of the water to the beach. Dead? No. Carried him to the house. Warmed him. Hour after hour. Morning. He opened his eyes. In the first light of the sun, I saw they were blue. As blue as Hjalmar had been.
Well, please, tell me where I am.
His first word.
I must know. Where am I?
English. He was speaking English.
Well, tell me. I'm a British flyer. My plane, I bailed out. I'm so tired.
British flyer.
This village is now part of the greater German Reich. The British are your enemy. The British are your enemy.
The enemy? He? The enemy? I looked at him again. He was sleeping now. Something twisted in my heart. He slept the way Hjalmar had slept that night. Head in the crook of his arm. Sandy hair curling down on a forehead smooth and brown. Tell them. He was sick. I had to make him well. How many days went? All I remember are moments.
Celia, why are you so shy? I just say your name and you turn as red as the sunset out there. Why don't you talk to me? Your English is very good when you want to use it. Please talk to me, Celia. Please talk to me.
Soon he was well enough to be up and about. I gave him a suit of Hjalmar's to wear. He would sit in the window looking out at the sea. And I would work and listen to him.
I tell you, flying is wonderful, Celia. The first time you fly alone, it's like being born again because it's a new world and you're alone in it. The only world that seems to matter is the sky. The earth is a flat, drab place. You don't want to go back to it because the sky is your home. I'd like to take you up flying with me sometime, Celia, and show you what I mean.
Suddenly I realized something. I wasn't lonely anymore. Not lonely. Can you understand what that means? To have had nothing and then to have something. Someone to talk to listen to laugh with, to love.
This village is now part of the greater German Reich. English is your enemy.
I went down to the village again.
and heard of many things down there in the village.
Silence! Silence! 10 hostages have been taken from among you. If any criminal action occurs within this area, these men, women, and children will be immediately executed. Such criminal acts include harboring enemies of the Greater German Reich.
The enemy. The enemy. He was no enemy. He was in my house, and he was in my heart. All right, I said it. In my heart. He spoke to me that night.
Celia, there's something I must say to you.
Yes, John?
You're not happy.
John.
Because of me.
John, please.
I know. There's great danger having me here.
No.
It's true. But that isn't the only reason you're unhappy. Somehow I know it. All the things we've talked about. The decent world and what's happened to it. It was much more pleasant to live here alone by the sea and not think of war and cruelty and injustice.
I wanted to know.
And I love you for it. I love you for what's in your face now. The worry for people. The good people who are with us no matter where we are, whether we're away from them or with them, in this village, in my village. And no matter what the cost is to us, even our last happiness, we've always got to think of them. Always.
Oh, John.
Oh, my dearest.
I love you, John. I love you. So I said it. And his arms came close around me. And there was no earth or sky or death. The hours after that, our stood still in wonder, and then in a rush were gone. Warm hours, lazy hours, wonderful hours. Hours when the sky reached down and lifted us up to the clouds, and we... Oh, John. And then a new day, a morning. Sun awakened me. John? No. John? John, where are you? John, where are you? John! Gone. Gone. I cried. Not very long. You see, I understood. Always in our hours together, there'd been a cloud. And with each passing day, that cloud would have grown larger and larger until there was no warmth of sun for us. The cloud of fear. That some one of the invaders in the village would see us, see him, and seeing him end my world for me. And he knew that. And so he went away. Where? I don't know. I like to think he took a boat during the night and sailed out to sea and it back to where he came from. Back to his small village by the cliffs. I like to think that...
No matter what the cost is to us, even our last happiness, we've got to think of them.
I like to think that he knows I'm fighting now, too, for the good people. Someday the fighting will be over. It must end. He'll come back to me. I'll never be lonely anymore.
Just heard Mr. Ronald Coleman and his guest, Miss Mercer's Women Stayed at Home, an original. The music of Tristan and Isolde was arranged and conducted by Mr. Gordon Jenkins. our engineers complete the shortwave circuit between Mr. Coleman here in Hollywood and 2 young American soldiers overseas, may I speak of a matter of importance to you. Do you know cold weather is one of the worst enemies the battery in your car must fight? Well, here's why. Most of us know that cold engines are harder to start and consequently take more energy out of the battery. But it's also true that as temperatures drop, the electrical efficiency of your battery drops too, sometimes as much as half of its normal capacity. That's why this time of year it pays to give your battery extra care. A few simple precautions can help you get longer battery life. For instance, make sure the battery connections are clean and tight, that there's enough liquid in the battery to cover the plates, and that the battery is bolted tightly in its frame. Perhaps the easiest and best way to make your car battery last longer is to have it inspected regularly by one of the thousands of Auto-Light service stations, your car dealer, or a reliable serviceman. And if your battery needs replacement, buy an Auto-Light, the original equipment battery chosen by leading automotive engineers. Remember, the name Auto-Light means precision manufacturing.
In a few minutes, we'll be out over the Pacific. And if we have the same good luck we've had for the past 5 weeks, we'll be talking to 2 boys at Port Moresby. Well, this is everything for the boys. And, of course, we get many requests, and we only wish we could oblige with all of them. Only today...
What about this one, Mr. Coleman? It's addressed to you. I'll just read part of it. It says, "We all enjoyed Berkeley Square with Greer Garson, but how about something from real life, Mr. Coleman? Tell us the story of your own romantic past."
Oh, no. No.
Oh, come on, remember
really.
it. This is everything for the boys. Come on, Gordon Jenkins, a little romantic music, please.
No,
really, Mr. Coleman, we all know you're very tight-lipped when it comes to your private affairs.
Oyster is my middle name.
And the soldier also adds, "You must have known lots of girls in your time, Mr. Coleman."
Thousands.
What, romantic?
Sure. There was Helen and Rose and Maggie and Sophie and the girl next door and yes, the one I met at Atlantic City.
Oh, hey,
and
wait.
Phyllis and Molly
One'll be
and Kate.
enough.
And, of course, there's always Jane. Yes, I think you ought to know about Jane. That is, of course, if you care to go back that far. The year when Jane was 21. And that year, I was 23. That was the year. That was the spring we planted the white magnolia tree. Oh, young and wild and aflame were we when we planted the white magnolia tree. "This," she said, "shall be our tree. And every year it will bloom anew. This is our life. This is our love." And the white magnolia grew and grew. Jane was 21. And she wore a plume in her hat. And we went to the movies and wept over broken blossoms. And then we booked passage on a sightseeing bus. And she sang "Love Sends a Little Gift of Roses," a little off-key, but very nicely, really, all the way to Coney Island. Where suddenly, somehow, we were on a roller coaster, shouting and rapturous, a tumult in the blood all the way. There is so much the young heart clamors for. This it must have, and that it can't live without. And it must be all or nothing. For aren't we the masters of creation? Oh, valiant and untamed were we when we planted the white magnolia tree. And the white magnolia grew and grew, holding our love within its core. And every year it bloomed anew. And we were 21 no more. No more enchanted, no more so free, nor so young, nor so wild and aflame were we. Dearer to us then grew the lesser things. Easy sleep, books, a day's quiet holiday, good talk beside a fire, the beauty of old faces. We've known many things since then. The death of a child, and the bitter lesson that a heart which breaks must mend itself again, that it can and must be done. And what loyalty can mean, and how real a word like courage can become. There is so little the serious heart requires. Friends, a window open to the world, pride in work well done, and strength to live in a world at war and still maintain the heart's own private peace. Ah, dear heaven. Dear heaven, I give thanks to thee for the things I did not know before, and for wisdom and maturity, for bread and a roof, and for one thing more. Thanks because I still can see the bloom on the white magnolia tree. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to Helen Deutsch for her lovely poem.
We'll be ready with the South Pacific call in a few seconds, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, engineer. As you know, last week after Bob Burns and I talked to an American ranger in England to a bazooka accompaniment, we announced this week's port of call, Port Moresby. A telephone call came to us then from a mother here in Los Angeles. She told us her son was somewhere in the South Pacific and that she... let her speak for herself. Mrs. Gamil, won't you say again what you said to me?
Well, my son is stationed at a base somewhere in the South Pacific. He's been there over a year. I know I can't talk to him, but if I could talk to some other boys near where he is, somehow it would bring him close to me. Don't you understand?
Yes, of course we do, Mrs. Gamil. That you're here, and I hope that...
Mr. Coleman, the Guinea's standing by.
Oh, thank you, engineer. They're ready to talk to us, Mrs. Gamil. Here, take this headphone. You'll hear the boys through it, and you can talk direct to them through this microphone. Hello, Port Moresby. This is Ronald Coleman in Hollywood calling.
Hello, Mr. Coleman. This is Port Moresby, New Guinea.
Is that you, Sergeant Werman?
Yes, sir.
And is Private Peter Saletos there?
I am Mr. Coleman. How's the weather up in Hollywood?
The weather? Well, the temperature is censored. The wind velocity is censored. But confidentially and between ourselves, I'm carrying an umbrella.
I get it.
Sergeant Werman, I'm told that you're the top pharmacist in the Army hospital down there.
Yes, sir. I'm head man on the iodine squad.
The iodine? Your folks back in Everett, Massachusetts want to know if you're still interested in opening a drugstore when you get back.
What did you say, Mr. Coleman?
I said in Everett, Massachusetts. They want to know if you'll be opening a drugstore when you get back.
Sure. But I won't fill any prescriptions in my drugstore. I've had enough of that kind of stuff.
Well, what will you sell?
Tires and banana splits and silk stockings and kitchenware and shirts and bathing caps.
Modern design, eh? Well, now, anything you'd like to know from home, Sergeant?
Yes. How's my mother?
Oh, your mother's feeling much better. And speaking of mothers, there's someone here...
Oh, I'm a little nervous. Please, Mr. Coleman, not now.
All right. The lady here will talk to you later. Meanwhile, how about you, Private Saletos? I'm told that you and men like Sergeant Werman are the unsung heroes of the South Pacific. You work in the hospital, you cook, you're phone operators, you bring in supplies under fire.
Oh, nothing heroic about it, Mr. Coleman. There's many things to be done, and everybody's got to pitch in. It's a long way yet to Tokyo.
I'm going to repeat those words for the home folks, Peter. Everyone's got to pitch in because it's a long way to Tokyo. Now, Mrs. Gamble, are you ready to talk now?
Oh, yes.
Fellas, here with me in the studio is Mrs. Noreen Gamil. Her son's a CB down there, somewhere in your vicinity. Mrs. Gamil, meet the boys.
Hello, boys.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, my boy's name is William E. Gamil. Do you know him?
No, we don't, Mrs. Gamil. But is there anything we can do for you?
Well, in his last letter, he said it was very hot down there. Would you tell him to stay in out of the sun as much as he can?
Oh, we're healthy down here, Mrs. Gamil. We've got the best of everything, except for one thing.
Except for one thing? Well, what's that, Peter?
Chocolate eclairs.
Chocolate eclairs? Oh, that's funny. That's just what my boy likes. And chocolate pudding and chocolate pies.
You're talking about my favorite dish.
Well, when you get back, why don't you come over to my house and I'll make you some?
Where do you live?
4805 Gloria Avenue, Encino, California.
Got it.
Boys, is there anything we can do for you right now?
Keep that blood plasma pump.
Plasma. We will.
Mr. Coleman.
Yeah.
He appears to me, okay, got a Valentine from his girlfriend.
What's that? He got a Valentine?
Yes, but he can't send her one. We're first on a Valentine's down here.
All right, Private Salatus. Tell me your girlfriend's name and address, and I'll send her one.
Hey, do you think I'm crazy?
Time's up, Mr. Coleman.
Mrs. Camille, anything more you want to say to the boys?
Oh, boys, please don't forget. His name is William E. Gamil. If you see him, tell him I miss him and think of him.
We'll tell him.
Well, goodbye, fellas. We're run out of time.
So long, Mr. Coleman. Give my regards to the Philadelphia Field.
I will.
Goodbye, Mrs. Gamble.
Goodbye, boys, and bless you.
Goodbye, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, the circuit to New Guinea is broken. You heard one of the boys say that the most important thing we can send them is plasma, our blood. Blood is something those boys can't buy down there. Only we can give it to them. It's good to think that each time one of us brings our blood through a Red Cross Center door, another of our boys is brought back to life.
Again next week, Autolite invites you to be present for this new global half-hour, Everything to the Boys, uniting the home front with the battlefront overseas. Your host, Ronald Coleman, will have as his guest Miss Ida Lupino in a dramatization by Arch Oboler of the very exciting novel Rogue Mail.
Until next week, then, when you will hear from two Red Cross workers in active service abroad and my guest, Miss Ida Lupino, this is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
The appearance of Army personnel does not constitute endorsement of the product advertised. This program has come to you from Hollywood and New Guinea. This is the National Broadcasting Company.